administration get to the dais. It is now time for the regular meeting of the Howell Township Board of Education. Roll call, please. Mr. Bongiovanni? Present. Mrs. Brennan is on her way, I believe. Mrs. Saratani?
Yes.
Mrs. DePompo?
Here.
Dr. Lowe? Present. Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Moretti?
Present.
Mr. Welsh?
Here.
Mr. O'Brien?
Here.
A quorum is present. Shall we rise to salute the flag? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As we call the meeting to order, I would like to announce a change in the order of business. The executive session will be moved to the end of the consent agenda this evening. And with that, announcement by the President, as read by the Secretary, adequate notices of this meeting as required by Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, were distributed by the Secretary on April 2nd, 2015. It is now time for the Superintendent's report. Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Joseph Isola, your report, sir.
You would like me to go first tonight?
Mr. Sanasek, I believe Board President remarks first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's...
I'll yield my 3 minutes to my
We'll change
good...
that. Board President's comments.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
And just following the agenda.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Let me start by saying that we're going to begin our meeting with recognition of one of our students. This is always, for me, and I'm sure for all of my fellow board members, the best part of any board meeting. Recognizing that student is part of what we are here to do, part of what we enjoy and see as the excellence of our school system, our district, the family's involvement in the children's success, and we would like to start our meeting with that. I will defer my remainder of my President's remarks until after we have completed the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. This evening, we're very fortunate to have with us one of our Aldridge students, Evan Shemko, who is a 5th grader at Aldridge School and has recently been the recipient of a national contest for Braille writing for 2014, and it's quite an honor. And at this time, I'd ask our principal of Aldridge School, who's in attendance this evening, Mr. Smith, along with, I believe, some of his administrative team and teaching staff will join him to recognize Evan this evening because he has certainly been a source of pride for our entire school community. So as Evan makes his way up here, I've also asked Mr. O'Brien to have some board members represent the dais, right?
On our agenda, addenda item number 1 is our superintendent's proposal for reconfiguration of our district. The superintendent will be presenting, as part of his report to the board, a presentation on that recommendation. The board will subsequently be engaging the superintendent in a question and answer session that will continue until all board members have had an opportunity to have their questions answered to their satisfaction. I will ask each board member to pose 1 to 2 questions and then allow the next board member to proceed and go around the dais as many times as we have need. This will allow every board member to have full participation in a balanced way, but by no means does it mean that they're limited to 1 or 2 questions. The superintendent, as a background, we've engaged in a very, very thorough process of community engagement. The superintendent has participated in over 44 meetings with parents throughout the community. Board members have sat in on many of those meetings. In addition, we, the board, have reviewed emails, letters, and many of us have followed the dialogue on social media. So our questions tonight will be driven both by our own questions and concerns as well as identifying some of the key concerns that our constituents have been expressing, and we want to make sure that those concerns are both heard and answered prior to this board taking any action. We will be opening the floor to public comment after the question and answer period. There will be a second public comment as well later on in the evening following board action. The first public comment session will last 45 minutes, Each speaker will be allowed to have up to 3 minutes. In front of me, Mr. Sanasak has arranged a clock which will allow me to let you know when your 3 minutes are approaching the end so that you can wrap up your remarks. I'll do so by signaling you, and at the conclusion of the 3 minutes, I will give a single tap with my gavel to let you know, so that we can make allowance for the next person in the community to come up and have their time at the microphone. Tonight is going to be a night where we will be spending a lot of time talking with our superintendent prior to taking action. We ask your patience. This may be a lengthy conversation between the board and the superintendent. We expect that we will come to a conclusion that is based on what each of us here in the board believe is in the best interest of our district. And so therefore, as we deliberate, we would ask that the floor please refrain from comments. In addition, it is important for each member of this community to feel comfortable here. So it goes without saying that all of us are here for the benefit of our children, and I would ask that each of us conduct ourselves in a manner we can be proud of. So at the end of our business session, prior to our second public comment, we have had a request from a citizen member for an executive session with the board, and we will be convening to that. Upon conclusion of that, we will be returning back to the dais, and we will then open up with the second public comment. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for their participation. I want to thank each of the board members for their role in terms of sitting in on so many community meetings and speaking with individuals as they were approached. And together we will come to an understanding of what is the right path to follow for this district. Tonight, we have a heavy decision in front of us. It is not taken lightly. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent for his report. After he finishes his presentation report, then we'll begin the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our April board meeting. We do have some business to take care of prior to the presentation. I have made available for all of you the required reporting of the out-of-school suspensions. That report is in front of you for your review. During this reporting period, we've had 16 suspensions, and that report is there for your review as we do each and every month, each and every period. In addition to that, prior to the presentation, we started not that long ago taking the opportunity to recognize some of our alumni students who have moved on and have really done some wonderful work in their various fields. We have been recently notified for one of our former students and her mom, who has a long career here, and that's really exciting when we see our young students move on to high school and college and have some great accomplishments. So Mr. Preston will introduce this announcement, and it's with great pride that we take this moment to recognize.
So, former Howell student Sydney Hope was awarded a $138,000 National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship to pursue her scientific research during the next 5 years. It's a prestigious fellowship. It is only awarded to about 12% of the over 16,000 nationwide applicants. Sydney is currently investigating how non-genomic factors during early development affect personality and behavior. Specifically, she is looking at the effects of different incubation temperatures on wood duckling behavior. Sydney was a 2006 graduate of Howell Middle School North, a medical science student at Freehold Borough High School, and a 2014 graduate of the College of New Jersey. She majored in biology. She is presently a graduate student at Virginia Tech in the Department of Fish and Wildlife Conservation. We congratulate her on her success and wish her the best of luck in her continued research.
Okay, and at this point, I'm going to go into our presentation. We'll just need a minute to set it up. We'll ask the board members so you're not turned awkwardly. We set some chairs up here so you can have a clear view, thank you, Melissa, of the presentation. If you're comfortable, that's fine with us. Certainly, if that's fine. So once again, good evening. Tonight we'll be presenting our proposal that is inclusive of answering some of the questions that were presented to us over a long period of time to address some of the needs in our schooling community so that we can best have children in a situation that's successful. So as the projector warms up, there you go. Again, this has been done over a period of time that has truly been, and I don't want to be, it's been a rewarding process to have the opportunity to meet with so many individuals from our community and really hear about their desires and wants and goals for our children, and to be able to incorporate certainly some and many of the things that we've heard has really been gratifying. So we'll ask Mr. Preston to advance to our first slide, which represents our statement of need. Our statement of need is really the question, what's going on here and why is there a need for change? And really, we've talked about this, and tonight is really an overview and a recap of the many presentations that have already been done. We want to talk here briefly about the way our facilities are varied in terms of the enrollments throughout our community. And we'll talk about this a couple times throughout the presentation. There are, roughly over 60 square miles here in Howell. There are 12 school buildings. The population is spread out through various areas of our community. We have some buildings that are, approaching at or even above functional capacity, and we have other buildings that are, really underutilized or not approaching that same point. We want to say that those environments create differences for the experience in which individual students could receive in their respective schools. And that's never healthy when we're trying to deliver an educational program that is certainly equal for all our students. So that kind of compromises that goal. We also know that the way residents move into Howell or exit Howell certainly doesn't happen in equal parts. That happens in certain communities. There could be a new development built. They don't spread the influx of new homes evenly throughout our community or where our school buildings even are, and that also creates the situation that we find ourselves in for additional need. If we look to our next slide, the answer to that question is, why reconfiguration? Is reconfiguration going to address those issues? Is it different than other options that we've explored? And the answer that we see here tonight from the work that we've done is yes. A reconfiguration where we are looking at how we grade band students provides us with an opportunity to maximize the educational opportunities for students, and it certainly delivers something that this community spoke loudly of through our rebalancing conversations of 18 months, and that's the sustainability of such a model. Does it bring long-term solutions, or is it something that we'll have to continuously revisit? Due to the growth and the decline of enrollments in our town over the last, decade and a half, we've seen some unsettled situations in terms of boundary line considerations and different attending patterns. So this model brings a different approach to solving that question, to answering that question. On our next slide, we'll see the conversation about enrollment history, and I certainly don't want to take too long on this evening because it's been well documented at all the public presentations previously, where we go back to where we were K-8 buildings, Then we put the middle school students in one of the buildings, and they migrated from the other, K maybe 6s. We had some K8s. There was some mixing and matching going on for a while. The great debate that this community went through to open up this building that we currently are in, Middle School North, which opened up in 1994, the early to mid 90s. And we went to a middle school model, changing configuration, and that process continued. We originally had 7 and 8, then we opened up a second middle school in 99. We then changed from K6, 7, 8 to K5, 6, 7, 8. So it talks, our history is well documented. We've been a lot of different things in terms of configuration. This is not, while we sit here as, and I know that a lot of individuals think this is something that we invented. This is something that goes on in communities all across our state, across our nation, determining the right configuration for your school district at a given time. And right here in Howell, we've experienced that already. And I think the last thing, takeaway here on this slide is we've been a lot of things, but it's always been great. And that's because of this community, the educators that are here, the families that are here. They've always put the education of their children in the forefront, and that doesn't change because of grade banding. This is a illustration. I don't want anyone to be confused by this map. This is the current boundary lines in our current structure. The dots represent where our 12 buildings are, and the arrows represent where our dense population of families live. And you can see how there's a concentration in certain areas for population, not necessarily matching where the buildings live, where the buildings are. So you could see along the 524 corridor, you have the multiple schools up there, and then Middle School North off to the right, you have the Farmingdale white, kind of the donut hole in the big green area. That's the building we're in. You can see the 3 buildings down to the south right corner. And again, just an illustration to show the sprawl of our community and how the buildings are located in certain areas as compared to where the dense populations are. So, that becomes a very relevant illustration as we go through the presentation. If we look at our next slide, this really lays out the model. This talks very clearly to the proposal. Currently, we have 12 buildings. 3 buildings are designated 6-8, and the other 9 buildings are designated K5. In the proposed reconfiguration, we look here and we see that we're talking about 5 primary buildings paired with sister schools, 5 elementary schools, and going to 2 middle schools. And we'll talk about that. We'll illustrate very clearly about why that has fantastic foresight and decision-making that is based on fact. And we'll look at that in a few minutes. But let's take a look at why we feel this proposal will be successful for us. It pairs, these are, markers for what our schools are. They're not named, but P1 and E1 are a paired schooling environment, meaning that the K2 population residing in P1 moves in its entirety to E1. That keeps communities together. Also, one of the very loud charges from this community throughout our years of looking at different models and trying to see if rebalancing was the answer. Don't tear apart communities. Kids want to move through schools together. They make friends in the community. And when you enter one of our schools here in this model, if again, that sustainability question, a kindergarten student entering in the fall, we want to be able to look those parents in the eyes and say, here's how it looks for you. Here's your path. So you would enter P1, you'd be there for K2, you'd go right to E1 with all of your peers from that school into the 3-5 band, and then again you would move in total into the middle school, in this demonstration, MS1, Middle School 1. That's a little different than some of the other grade bandings that exist in smaller districts where there's one of each, very common. In some of the larger districts, we see different strategies. Again, it probably has to do most with utilizing their facilities to meet the population of their community. We are in a situation because of our physical space, our size, that we have to try to put an environment for our children together that has them going to school in their near communities, pairing communities, and that's what this does. Sometimes you see there could be a couple of primary buildings, maybe 2, 3, 4 primary buildings feeding into one elementary and then up to one middle, one high school. This doesn't do that. This really attacks our desire to keep our children moving through school together. So we're very pleased to be able to offer a model that does that. The class size conversation has been something we heard a lot about. It's really not something that is drastically impacted one way or the other in terms of guidelines that we receive from the Board of Education. Right now, currently, all our class sections throughout our schools have guidelines that we get from the board. We try to follow them very closely. We do follow them very closely, and that's not changing. The board has not changed their directive or their guidelines for us. So when you look at this, we know that in our kindergarten classes, we can put 25 students in there. From 22 to 25, we put a teaching assistant in the room with the teacher so that we can have two adults to handle the 25 children as a team. If it's 21 or under, we keep the teacher without that extra support in that classroom. 1-2 has always been, or has recently been 22. It was a little higher. It was lowered back some years ago. In 3-5, in the grades 3-5 currently, we go up to 25 students in a class, and in the middle school currently, it's 28. None of that is being suggested to change. The board has not given me a direction to look at that. There was some recent conversation about lowering it in the primary grades, but there was no action taken on that research, and it was determined that for now those guidelines will be in place. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Preston to come up to the podium and talk briefly about the research. Again, the research has been well discussed. We discussed it in small groups and large presentations, so Mr. Preston will just deliver a recap for us.
And in the binders, thank you, Mr. Isola, in the binders that have been given to the board members, the research is in there. It's also broken down. It's its own tab, as well as the works cited, links to, if we have the electronic version of the research. So that's all present in the binder. The research in terms of grade configuration and grade banding means any type of band. A K-8 is a grade band. So the research that relates to that does talk about issues with transition of students. In other words, there is some correlation, though not cause, but correlation between transition and grade dips for students, declines in grades. Some research talks about increases in misbehaviors, et cetera. What that speaks to, a majority of that research, is in the K-5 middle school model, or sometimes a K-6 junior high school model, but in some form of a middle school model. It does speak to transitions, sometimes generally, in terms of, again, students' needs. One of the things that we feel strongly about within that research, it's about newness. It's about change and newness, new faces, new friends, new relationships that need to be built. The sister school pairings minimizes that dramatically because students are moving with their peers. They move through each grade level with their peers and into each new building with their peers, which has previous peers in the building from their sister school that they just left. So moving forward, the research becomes, it's not conclusive in terms of cause that that grade transition or transitions between grades cause declines in grades, but that there's a correlation there. The biggest impactor for student success, predicting student success, is the quality of teachers, followed by the culture and climate of the building, and the leadership that supports both of those things within a building. That has been replicated throughout the research for decades. That is a conclusive fact. We have those factors in place already. That is part of what that history slide kind of talks about. The great things that were here are still here. When we move forward, and again, this is just to provide an overcap, New Jersey has 600 different types, roughly 600 different districts, about 400 different types of configuration, different or unique types of configuration that exist. Some of those become somewhat similar, some of those are very, very dissimilar, but there's a lot of disparity, and that's looking through New Jersey. When you look across the country, one of the other interesting pieces of research that is out there, yes, it's true, one of the most common types of grade configuration is a K5-6-8 model. That was started back with the middle school movement. That was one of the reasons, because that middle school movement was a large movement, that movement came into place. Also because many states across the country operate on a county-wide district level. So it's a county district inclusive of hundreds of schools and many tens of thousands of students. That becomes a logistical difficulty to try and put smaller pairings and keep students together through a transition. But because of our size, we can do that. We are actually at a very good size to be able to accommodate that. It allows within the sister school pairing and a K2, 3, 5 model, what it also allows us to do is really focus in with precision on the professional development, the staff needs, daily staff needs for the students that they work with. It allows, for instance, to focus on the primary grades, the K1, 2. The research is, again, conclusive. If a student does not read on grade level by 3rd grade, they are most likely to never read on grade level, falling further behind their on-grade level peers with each passing year. This allows the professional development to be designed in such a way for a building that the entire building, not just teachers, but also all support staff, to focus in on the needs of those students and provide intervention, but also acceleration or enrichment opportunities. It allows for more unique scheduling opportunities where that intervention can be done and done more frequently, as well as enrichment work to be done and done more frequently. So it also then in the middle school can start to create more opportunities for students. So again, to the works cited page, and just sort of moving forward, these are actually all hyperlinks. Again, they're up in the other presentations that are on the web page. So if you go to that research or those presentations, the hyperlinks are active and it will take you to some of the research that walks you through transitions, grade configuration, the research there, which does not mirror our experiences here in Howell for our current configuration. Even though the research is talking about our current configuration, we don't see those types of results here, because we do our work incredibly well. What we also see is our ability to provide targeted laser-like professional development to support teachers in their daily tasks and assignments. That can increase the performance for teachers, the support of teachers, and therefore also the students. We get into some of the general educational benefits, so now sort of moving beyond the research and just moving forward and transitioning through what I had said. You start to get a lot of academic support for enrichment, as well as intervention for students that are in developmentally similar grade levels. What that means is, again, the entire building is only focused on students with similar needs at similar ages. So again, the academic support and even the social support is very specific to those individual students in that building. Educational and guidance services follow that same pattern where it's developmentally appropriate for just those students, allowing every person to rally around the needs of kids at that age group. Again, talking about schedules, it provides for unique scheduling opportunities for both enrichment and intervention. And then gathering the resources in a similar grade. As populations decline within a building, but you have 6 grade levels in a building, those resources are thinned out. And the more that the population decreases, the more those resources begin to thin. When we balance those out and right-size the schools, the resources become much more equitable. What I'd like to do now is pass the microphone over to Ms. Patty Callender to talk about the special education benefits of reconfiguration.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. Some of what Mr. Preston spoke about is similar with our special education students and our staff of students in special education. So when we do have the grade banding, we'll have more effective utilization of our staff and in-class resource settings. And what that means is currently we might have one student in a building that has a need based on their disability for a teacher perhaps to be in a classroom with them providing services, specialized instruction, and it might be one student in one building at that grade level. When we combine students together and from two buildings into one building at that grade level, we might then have more students with that need, so there might be 3 students that need that teacher in the classroom. So it allows us to utilize our staff more effectively, and also for students to have other students to work with that have needs that are similar to theirs. So it's positive in both aspects. Also, we may have groupings where we have students in a pull-out resource center, and in some cases, in smaller buildings, we have multiple grade levels pulled out at the same time because we have very few children in that building with those needs. If we combine and grade band, we might have more same age, same grade students that need a service who could be pulled into that room together, or we might have enough students to make 2 groups so we could focus the instruction and split those children into groups more based on needs that may be similar. So our instruction can oftentimes be more effective in those situations and allow the students to have things presented to them a little more differently. We talked about where our programs will be housed. Our preschool program, for example, we can get all of those classes now into one building, and some of our other classes, our special class programs, we'll be able to group them together so that if a student might have fit more appropriately into one program versus another, it doesn't mean that they have to leave a building and go to a whole different building so that they can have a particular service. Also, that our staff can work in a building and not have to travel throughout the district in order to work with students in special class programs. So we absolutely have the benefit in this model of having our services more effectively presented to students. So we're excited about the opportunities that poses for us in special education. Mr. Sanisek, your slide.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Preston and Mrs. Callender essentially set up the segue into this slide. A number of those efficiencies that they speak about educationally, the real interesting part is that they also create asset and financial efficiencies that make it so that this plan and all the plans that had been looked at over the last couple of years had a cost to them. But this plan has the very fortunate result of creating no increase in the budget from the proposed budget that was placed on the agenda several meetings ago. The efficiencies that will be experienced take care of the one-time costs that will be experienced this summer. And we always move teachers during the summer. There are always a certain amount of classrooms that get emptied. All the classrooms actually get emptied. Some get moved, some don't. But the efficiencies that we'll enjoy, and the efficiencies will repeat themselves over the years, whereas the one-time costs are singular. Things such as professional development. Currently, if we were bringing in a consultant to reinforce our K-2 reading program, we would have to have that person 9 different times with substitutes and coverage for the teachers so that they could deliver that early literacy program effectively to build the reading ability that we talk about. In this model now, we have that person come in 5 times and access our staff in a much more rich group at the 5 buildings. And that repeats itself. That's just an example over and over. So that the one-time costs are more than outweighed in the first year by the efficiencies, and then those efficiencies benefit the district going forward. Mr. Preston, back to you.
I'll take it if it's okay with you.
Mr. Isola, I'm
Sanisek,
sorry.
thank you. So now we get into the actual work that took place and the formation of the committee. We established a committee after receiving the charge from the board back in the winter to start to look at different models and dig through the different options that existed. The composition of this committee is critically important to the work that took place. We see that there were teachers on it. There was leadership from the Teachers Association that joined us on that committee, supervisory staff, principals from the, and vice principals from the buildings, as well as senior administration. The teachers that we had on the committee spanned the different grade levels, included special educators, general educators alike, special area teachers. We had a physical educator on it, so it was a good cross-section of the individuals that are in the buildings and in the district working so closely with our children. That committee's charge was to closely examine the first thing we did was which model in terms of the pairings, and not the pairings of schools, but rather the sequencing, the configuration would work best. And we grappled with a lot of different models, coming to a suggestion of what we said was the 5-5-2 model, 5 primary, 5 elementary, and then, of course, the 2 middle schools, as we articulated earlier in our presentation. After that, the committee worked really diligently to, again, struggle through the pairings of sister schools that made the most sense. And a lot of what we had started to build from the ground up and look at what pairings quickly made sense in terms of primary and elementary. And then we were kind of hitting the wall when we got to the middle school level in terms of enrollments and trying to find that right balance. So what we did is we determined we needed to work backwards and say, where do we see the middle schools landing, and then what pairings will bring us to that. And it was when we did that that we determined that the pairings that we reached would actually accomplish a lot of what the targets were and the charge from the board to deliver pairings that made the most sense and delivered a model of sustainability, which we're going to talk about as really the cornerstone of what we're doing here this evening. If we advance, we'll start to go through. You've seen these slides already if you've been at any of the meetings. They've been on the website. So we see along the top, just to give it a quick definition or explanation. Along the top there, we see Greenville, Ramtown South. That's the sending pattern for that pairing, for that sister school model, which goes to the middle school that's indicated there. You can see the grades by their banding. You can also see the start time and the tiers of busing. Middle school will be tier 1, then the elementary and primary schools will live within the tier 2, tier 3 schools. So you see that these are both going to be tier 2 schools with an 8:05 start, and you can certainly see the rest of the data there. Again, that lives on the website. If you switch over to the next pairing, on the southern side, you got Taunton, Aldridge, and South. Also, you see that this is an 845 tier 3 school. There is a asterisk here, as this was the area in which we talked about at our previous meetings, where we talked about the area north. If you advance one forward, please. We talked about that area halfway down where the dark green section is. You can see it's highlighted there. That section is north of Aldridge Road and west of Route 9. Those students there, as we indicated at our earlier presentations, please flip back, are being redistricted to the Newberry Land of Pines. Actually, I should say Land of Pines Newberry to keep it consistent, pairings. But again, you see the numbers there for the Taunton Aldridge pairing and their start times. If we advance 2 slides forward, Mr. Preston, we will get to what Middle School South looks like. Middle School South receives from those 2 groups of schools. So they receive students, 5th graders from Aldridge and 5th graders from Ramtown. And those kids will move, again, as a community to the middle school. The middle school south, you can see the numbers there. Obviously, it's a Tier 1, 725 start, maintaining grades 6, 7, and 8. And again, this has been already published. You can see the grade spans and their grade levels with the sections there. If we look forward, we go to the northern section of town. This is where we repurposed Memorial Middle School to be an elementary building, and Gribling being split with Memorial, heading over to North for middle school. In this building, and I probably should have articulated this with the other pairings, but again, this is repeated information, so you'll forgive me, but you can see in parentheses the special class programs that are married to each building. So for example, at Gribling, you can see that the autistic, cognitively impaired, and multiple disabled classrooms will reside in those two buildings, in those pairings. Point to grasp here, those rooms, while it's low number of students, require large number of rooms. I think we've calculated 12 to 15 classrooms needed for those at the 3-5 band. So the Memorial School, while everyone thinks it's a middle school, it's not even it's our 5th largest building, just for a point of reference. Memorial Middle School is smaller in terms of capacity than some of our elementary buildings currently. So the Memorial Building would be housed to the 3, 4, 5 population of Gribling, currently Gribling, and they would also, like I said, host those special class programs, Tier 2, 805 start. If we move forward, we can see the second pairing in the north, and that is the Adelphia-Ardena North pairing. Again, obviously, like I just said, sending to North, an 845 Tier 3 start. The ESL population that is currently ELL students who are part of the ESL program currently are educated in the Ardena community would remain in that pairing. And again, pretty straightforward. You can see the numbers and the grades there. And the information that has, like I indicated earlier, has already been published. Land of Pines, Newberry, sending to North is the third and final pairing on the north side of town. Our pre-K program currently resides at Land of Pines. It would remain there, utilizing a good portion of that building, or certainly a portion of that building. It would be a Tier 3, 845 time, as well as Newberry. Currently, G&T resides in Lando Pines, but Lando Pines becomes the primary, therefore the G&T program shifts down to its sister school, Newberry, for the 3, 4, and 5 grades. As we know, our special class programs for gifted and talented currently start in grade 4 and grade 5. So that would be over at Newberry School. And if we look at Middle School North, North receives from those 3 pairs. Of course, it's a Tier 1 school. The special programs of autistic, CI, and cognitively impaired and multiple disabled students would advance with their peers over to the middle school with their gen ed peers. We see that it's a start time, obviously, of 725 Tier 1. We see the 6-8 band, and we see the numbers there, again, that have been previously published. Now, why is this different, and you know, where does this sustainability conversation come in? How does that happen? How are you so sure? And here's the process that we go through. First of all, we know the number of students that reside in our schools currently. We know how many kindergarten students we have. We know how many first grade students we have. So we see the advancement of those students as they move up through the grades. We recognize them because they're already attending our schools. For a very long time, almost 3 decades, Howell Township has endured a cohort survival of 1 for our kindergarten students. Actually, let me correct that, first grade students, because years ago we used to have half-day K, so the numbers rose when they entered first grade. So point of clarification. So currently it's our kindergarten students, because we went to full day. But what we see is our first grade students, 8 years later, the number of first grade students that we had 8 years later become the 8th grade students. Not by name. 5 or 6 move out, 4 to 8 move in. The next year it's a couple of switches. But by and large, it is a cohort survival of 1. So we can see that the number of kindergarten students, first grade students, second grade students, they become our middle school students in terms of numbers and by and large in name too, because many of our kids do go through the entire process with us. Another factor that we look at is the birth rate. We get that information from the county. Not as pure as a 1, we actually gain some, and that's probably could be recorded to the fact that not every Howell parent has their baby in Monmouth County. Some people go down to Ocean for their hospital where their doctors may be. Some folks go back north where they previously came from, Staten Island, wherever it may be. But many people go to where they're, especially if it's a second baby or a third baby, they generally stay with their practice. So the birth rate actually goes up. It's actually 1+. So if we see live births over time of 450, 500 students, they generally become, 500 and 550 students. It grows a little bit. But it's like 1.1. It's a little higher than 1. So we have that data. We know what the live births are. We know how many children were born last year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that. And we know that those births indicate future kindergarten students. So when we look at the current students and the incoming students, which we recognize grows a little bit, we see a picture that will allow us to deal with a lot of different issues. And we're going to talk about the why and the how in just a sec. The other factor that we look at is the development that's happening in our community. We worked fairly closely with our municipal partners, and they were able to provide us information with all the spec'd out developments where there are shovels in the ground already and those that are sitting awaiting approvals. So we were certainly able to understand where the future development is scheduled to be and where the current development is. And it does indicate to us that we want to make sure we have seats, because there is development coming to the community. Hopefully the economy continues on a little bit of an upward tick, and we get to see these homes sold and families moving into Howell. That would be great for all of us. So these are some of the process that we go through when we look at what the future looks like. So let's take a peek. Before we do that, just flip back for 1 second. So what's different in the sister school process than what we've done in the past? Well, the sister school process buys us an ability to inherit future students. So if those homes get sold, and they will eventually, there's no doubt about that, and the economy turns and people remain in Howell and people start returning to Monmouth County and Ocean County, right? Because we've seen dips in both of those communities pretty largely, but it's not uncommon across the state. So if we see that happening, if we don't have the ability to receive students every time we see ticks or new developments that are substantial, not a development of 7 homes, but if you see a development of potentially 80 or 100 homes, that can be a factor 4 years from now when those toddlers that move in become of school age. So how do we do that if communities are built and people move into the communities, or there's resales in current areas and there's no seats in those schools currently or no classrooms to afford extra sections for? How do we receive those students? Well, by doing the pairing of schools, we are spreading our population out more equitably, leaving classrooms and seats available for growth and allowing us to utilize them in the meantime in ways to benefit our special programs and have, opportunities to bring special type of classrooms in. So having the space is not detrimental. It is helpful if it's equitable and it doesn't create inequity between students. but most importantly, it allows us to receive students as our community recovers. And we're very confident, we are very hopeful and confident that, you know, we've been around long enough to know when they projected us to go to 10 and 12,000 students, we never got there. We got to about 7,400, and then we tipped back down. Well, we know that we're on a decline. I don't think there's a person in our community that thinks we're going to 0 students, right? We know that's going to stop. It's statistically, you know, impossible for it to go to forever. So when that stops, and we've been here long enough as a school district to see this type of movement over the years. So we want to be able to receive those students, and that's what that sustainability conversation is about. If we advance, you know, this is the difference here, and this has been the big question. You know, we like small middle schools. Why are we taking the 3rd middle school offline and repurposing it for a elementary building? Well, I think the numbers are pretty clear. And it's this type of look that allows us to have foresight and planning. And if we didn't pay attention to this, this room would be filled 4 to 5 years from now and saying, how come you didn't see this coming? Why are we in this situation, Isola? So let me explain. These are the students that are currently in our school system, currently here. We talked a little while ago about that cohort survival of 1. First graders become 8th graders in terms of total numbers. With 2 middle schools in just 2 Septembers after this current one, you see our numbers are returning very close to where they are now in our 3 buildings in terms of the large buildings. We see, if you follow that through, that our middle schools become a situation that is, you know, in that 900 area to 1,000, which I believe is really healthy for middle school, and then it even dips below. It even dips below that. We've been talking about the importance of having enough middle school students in a school. Well, there's no way we can go to 1, but certainly we see that 2 is more than adequate. It allows us to run meaningful programs in a way that, you know, we can all be very proud of. So this is a very important picture, and it paints or illustrates why is it relevant to take action now so that we can be ready for what's coming in the future. If you stand still in this situation, we then have 3 middle schools, do the math and divide by 3, we have a very different conversation. Mr. Preston's going to come back up briefly and talk about some of the action items that are in place already and that are ongoing, and we'll address the need for action teams to get together and look at, I don't want to call it solutions, but plans to implement as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Isola. Again, in the back of the binder, you have a series of action. I hesitate to call them action plans in true form, but these are a set of action items in transition that have either in draft begun as part of our discussions and certainly part of our Q&As with some of our other sessions. For instance, busing is one of the first topics, which has largely been planned out. There are other pieces of these plans that need to be done with more depth and certainly with community involvement. So, for instance, we talk about building logistic concerns, and these plans are in there. So busing, schedules, before care and after care with the plans and the way the start times are very similar to what they are now resolves itself largely. Sports clubs and after-school programs are in there. There's an initial action plan on that one. It's not a plan in complete form, but some of the thoughts and ideas that the committee has been working with in looking at this model are addressed within that plan, and then those plans become springboards for the rest of the committee when that actually is formed. Should this be adopted tonight, that committee that committee becomes formal, established with members that are representative of the community, stakeholders, board members, yourselves. Would be part of that process, and we begin to actually flesh out those action plans with even more detail than is already present in them. Program implications, we start looking at the special needs programs with more depth, though I think a lot of the answers, a lot of the questions that have been out there for special needs programs have been addressed. Gifted and talented will be looked at, but that was already on the plan, the 5-year plan to be looked at. So that program will be evaluated and recommendations made for its changes in the future years. Actually, for the next year would be 15-16, 16-17 school year. Looking at needs within the ESL program, what changes would have to exist. And again, there are some draft ideas already. Matriculation needs, vertical articulation, and how would we perform professional development between the sister pairing schools. Again, there are ideas that are present within that, but also then vertical articulations for the students, not just teacher collaboration, but how do we have students work with one another. Some of those ideas have been shared in previous presentations. Many more of those ideas are fleshed out in some form within those action plans that are present in the back of the binder. Guidance services and CST as well, where would we place them? How would they become familiar with the students? Transition and support plans, just the transition of a student from a building, the general student to those students that have more specific needs. How would we transition those students and ensure that those needs are met? There is a detailed plan already in place that you have for transition of materials and assets. So as Mr. Sanasak had spoken earlier about moving materials from one building to another. Those plans are out there and detail, with great detail in there, using our tracking system software that we already have to make sure that materials are getting from one spot to the other efficiently and effectively. Staffing and requests for transfers is, again, a process that's started to take shape already. We've sent out survey to all the staff. The due date is not done yet. We didn't want to presuppose the adoption of the plan, but we did want to start a process for staffing, which we would have done at this point in the school year anyway. And then certainly a big concern was PTO and PTA needs. While we do not dictate those needs or the solutions for them, we're certainly interested in being a part, understanding the school history and the important, incredibly important work that the PTOs and PTAs contribute to shaping the culture and climate of a building. We would look to work with those. And again, you see some ideas on there. Some of our committee members are former PTO members themselves and PTO presidents themselves, and some who have actually gone through transitions like this. So we started to rough out some ideas that may be useful should the PTOs and PTAs desire to use them. So just there's a level of specificity that's within those binders. That's springboard work. Should the plan be adopted, those plans become even more robust, and then we move forward. Much of this work has to occur now anyway. In other words, staffing can't start until April, no matter what year it is. So we start that process. If we were to, say, delay a year, we couldn't start the staffing process until next April anyway. Same with moving materials. That can't happen until the kids are out of the building. So we don't buy back any time. We just move forward. These are the things. It's more work, certainly, but it doesn't save us any time to delay. We would have to do these things now. So.
And then in closing, we want to talk about some of what we think are the overviews in terms of the deliverables. What is the program? What does this proposal deliver, ladies and gentlemen? It delivers having schools equalized in terms of sizing them so that there are equity in terms of opportunities and success for students. We know that we need to be able to, and we witnessed this in this township for a number of years, be able to deal with fluctuations in enrollments, whether those be increases or decreasing. The sister school model delivers that. We talked throughout tonight's program, as well as the earlier presentations in greater detail, about some of the PD and educational opportunities that we believe this program delivers, as well as I think a really important takeaway here this evening is that it allows our students to move through their schooling years as cohorts of children and maintains that sense of community so that kids could advance through their grades as certainly as peers and be familiar with each other and be with the kids from their block and 2 blocks away at the same time. I think that's certainly something that this community spoke very clearly for. So ladies and gentlemen of the board, this is a abbreviated, abridged version of what you've seen already throughout some of the other public presentations, but we certainly wanted to be respectful to this process and make sure that we articulated what we believe are the highlights of this program, talked about the pairings, showed those, and at this point, I turn it back over to Mr. O'Brien and the board for questions or dialogue among themselves. And as you indicated earlier, sir, this item exists on the addenda. It is A1, and that is there for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Isola. For those who came in a little bit after the meeting started, let me just quickly recap for you the order of business. The board has listened to a presentation by our superintendent. We are now going to engage in a dialogue with the superintendent. Each board member will be asked to, present questions to the superintendent. We'll go around to allow each board member to ask a couple of questions, and we'll continue around the dais as many times as it takes until each board member has asked all the questions and are satisfied with the answers. We expect this process will take some time. We ask for your patience as we deliberate. There will be a question and answer period after the deliberations prior to the board taking action. Then we will have the opportunity to act. After that, there will be an executive session at the request of a citizen member. We will retire, not related to reconfiguration. We will come back again for a second public comment session as well before we conclude our business. So with that, what I would like to do is ask our Vice President, Mr. Welsh, to begin the Q&A, and then we'll turn around and move forward with Mr. Miller, to Mr. Bongiovanni, Mrs. Brennan, around the table to Mrs. Saratani, Mr. Pompo, Mr. Moretti, Dr. Lowe, and then myself. And then we'll continue on as board members indicate they have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to focus my attention and the questions that I have on Memorial Middle School. And not just because of my affinity for that fine educational institution, but because I think that one of the biggest changes that's going to take place out of this reconfiguration is the elimination of that or coming offline as a middle school. So I have two questions. One concerns staffing, and the other concerns the physical structure of the building and what's going to be required to convert that to a 3 to 5 building. With regard to staffing, and I understand that this is something that doesn't necessarily take place right now, but I think there's some important questions that have to be answered. You have a building now where you have a significant number of certificated personnel, teachers, general ed teachers, special education teachers, child study team members, and so forth. A number of those people are specifically certified to teach at the middle level with a grade 5 to 8 certification. And I'm wondering if you have any handle on what's going to be required to accommodate requests that might come in, or how we're going to place those teachers in an environment that's best suited for their professional responsibility.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Appreciate the question. First and foremost, staffing is a complex topic on any year. Middle schools in our community, as you know well, operate on a team philosophy built off Turning Points 2000 when this building was constructed in '94, and then the two following buildings followed in that program, in that method of configuring its kids within the building. So when you award a team, you're awarding 4 core teachers, 1 for each of the main core subjects, language arts, math, science, and social studies. So for example, on any given year, if a school loses a section or a team, as we call it in the middle school, there has to be consideration to the folks that were working on that team. In those cases, it's usually handled through attrition and things of that nature, where we find the right and appropriate teaching environment for our wonderful professionals so that they can maintain teaching within their license. It may require moving from 7th to 8th grade, social studies or mathematics, for example, but we certainly follow the requirements of highly qualified status, as you're familiar with, and all the things that go into staffing. More specifically to this work and the repurposing of Memorial and what that means, we are currently in an environment where we have those students reside at Memorial. They'll be moving, as we talked about, the middle school north. Staff will need, we will need to increase staff in this building. So we don't see a dramatic impact there in terms of, you know, whatever, Team 8-1 at Memorial, for example, one of the rising 7th graders that are currently at Memorial will rise to 8th grade here at North, and guess what we'll need? We'll need a team of teachers, right? So we can see that that's going to be the way we staff for our kids. First of all, we want Memorial staff to follow their kids, so there's a comfort zone, a very diligent process, so that when staff and kids arrive, there's familiar faces. The first action that we've already taken prematurely to tonight's presentation, but only in an attempt and truly indicated in the survey that we sent to staff, which is what I'm going to talk about, was, in the event that the proposal is adopted, because with the utmost respect through this process, but again, in an attempt to be best prepared. So each staff member received a survey indicating where they felt their educational strengths were, what certs they had, and what they thought they would be best suited for. We asked them to talk to us about their desires in terms of tiers and buildings and things of that nature. That information is not due back to us yet. We have received a number of them already. Staff has started to complete those and send them in. We have the due date of is it April 24th on that, in the event that this is passed. Obviously, if this evening's action is that it's not passed, we will let staff know that that's the case, and we won't need to proceed with that survey. But I think when we look at taking care of kids' needs and making sure that staff is in a place to be successful, not only as teachers, but to make sure that fostering environments for kids to be successful, that's a win-win for staff and kids, and that's when our school district will, be able to maintain its success. So it's a very diligent and careful process, but I don't anticipate, other than a physical move for our teachers as well as our students, there to be dramatic impact in terms of staffing for the individuals there. Now, let me be very clear, and I think folks that work closely with me understand how important my communication with the staff of this district is, with the staff of our district is. It is a tough thing to move from a building that you've been in, and we've been very sensitive. I've been at that building 3 times already since this process has started, and it is tough. Let me not make light of that. But I think when you do it in a respectful, meaningful manner, and staff understands that, it generally ends well for kids and for staff.
Just to follow up, when we had the last round of talks about rebalancing student population, one of the suggestions we got from the community was to move the 5th graders to the middle schools, if you recall. And those of us who are familiar with the buildings know that that would never work at Memorial because of the way the building's configured. I want to, you're telling me that if we have 2 rising teams from 7th to 8th grade, that they can go to the destination of the other middle school and you'd have room for them?
Correct. The Memorial students, the rising students, would move together to Middle School North, and they would fit. There'd be an increase of teams here, but currently there's space available for us to take those additional students and add the professionals needed to have the number of teams that is necessary.
I'm also curious about what alterations will have to be made to Memorial Middle
Memorial in terms of getting it ready for it to be an elementary, right?
Right.
I'll ask Mr. Sanisak to speak to the physical nature of what's happening there. I think the first thing, Mr. Welsh, before I turn it over to Mr. Sanisak, is it's going to have to be, when you fill a building with, or you occupy a building with 3rd to 5th graders, that's the first obvious change to the culture of the building. And then you put elementary educators in that building who have been in that grade band for quite some time. They know exactly what to do to their classroom to make it warm and welcoming for that level of student. So great confidence in our building leadership, in our staff, to create an immediate culture of that. But I know your question was more about the physical attributes of the building, but I wanted to talk also about the culture of a building and how important that is, and what a building leader does and what staff does to make that successful. Mr. Sanisak, please.
Thank you. The physical building itself doesn't have a lot of obstacles to the 3rd through 5th grade age group. As far as in other considerations, if we were moving kindergartners into a bigger building, you have the smaller fixture issues and things like that. So we don't have that in the memorial building. We do have consideration, and respectfully, we've started making some plans that will be fleshed out better if the plan is passed tonight, but things like cubbies or coat room or cloakroom type opportunities for the 3rd and 4th graders, possibly the 5th graders. There is some discussion going on amongst the educators and the professionals thinking that maybe 5th could have that locker experience for a year before they move to the middle school in Memorial. Some of our elementary schools also have lockers, and then that's how they're used in those other elementaries. So we are dealing with that internal physical ability for coat rooms, et cetera, for at least 2 of the 3 grades, possibly all 3 when we flesh it out. We recognize that the middle school grounds are not exactly similar to the other elementary schools. We've already engaged some vendors to give us some ideas for a small starter playground, similar to the way that we open our new buildings when we had constructed buildings. So we will prepare the grounds as well as the interior of the building. And then there's some other issues that are going to come up as we populate the special rooms for the self-contained populations, and we'll be dealing with that the same way we would regardless of what building they were going into.
I'm thinking that if you assign the 5th graders lockers, they could each have about 5.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Just say.
There were discussions about taking doors off and other things, so we will continue that, but there are plans in the works, respectfully, with an approval. If it is approved tonight, we'll go forward with that, as Mr. Isola said.
I appreciate it. Well, I'll yield the floor to...
Thank you. By the way, folks, I do appreciate your patience as we pursue our deliberations. It's really important for each board member to be able to hear both the questions and the answers. So I would respectfully ask that we keep our conversations to a minimum. If you feel you need to speak to your neighbor, please speak so in a hushed whisper, because believe it or not, it does carry up here, and it can interfere with our ability to concentrate on this very important dialogue. So thank you for your participation, cooperation with that. Mr. Miller.
I want to follow up on the option of moving the 5th graders into the middle school. I know there was other grade banding options. I want to know, did administration look at additional grade banding options and other sister schools setups, or how did you come to these particular sister schools?
Sure, and maybe Mr. Preston will jump in a sec. First and foremost, that committee that we talked about, that we showed there, worked in conjunction with senior administration, having a lot of input and developing a foundation for them to start looking at different models. We must have, and I know that many of the board members in their visits with me for fact chats about this had the opportunity to see our operation room, that small conference room that we kind of converted, where you saw a lot of the artifacts of the work that took place. But Mr. Miller, without question, we explored different bands. When we talk about K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, we looked at a 7, 8 model. We looked at, a early learning center. Some like Marlboro is one of our ascending districts that we partner with in the regional community. They have an early learning child. All their pre-KK go to one building. So we looked at that model. We looked at a lot of different models, but what really Mr. Miller, what really drove us to the 5-5-2 model was the ability to keep those communities together and have them move cohesively as wholes, as communities of students together, because we know the passion that our community has for that. And we recognize that change is really, complex at times, and we're very respectful to that. So when we made our decision-making and we grappled with it as a committee, those were some of the that was a non-negotiable for me. And there's committee members in our audience tonight, there were things that, were talked about in that room that sometimes I said, I gotta take a minute, because, this matters. And I kind of would walk out of the room and try to think about it differently by myself while they continue to work, and I jump back into the work. So there was a lot of tough debates that went on in that room, and then again among the senior administration on our own. Really, tough conversations. But ultimately what led us to this was the movement that the students would be allowed to move cohesively together. It would also, unlike a lot of the other plans, address the middle school that we illustrated here tonight, the middle school numbers. The fifth grade moving up, as I remember when we did those calculations and looked at that, it kind of flushed itself out at the elementary school, where the schools wouldn't be large enough to maintain meaningful section numbers, and it just wasn't bringing us to an environment in which we were thinking is what we come to expect here in Howell. And let me be perfectly clear. We went in without a pre-notion of which model would survive. And it wasn't. And some of the communications that went on over the last couple of months through this process seemed frustrating to individuals, because we were giving out information as we were developing it because we wanted to be transparent. But the truth of the matter was, and I look sometimes, I say, gee, wow, some people in the public know the groupings and I don't yet. Because it wasn't till the end of the week prior to the Monday, Tuesday, the 31st presentation, that we made our final decision on that Friday, I believe it was. So, we went right down to it, and basically it came down, there were 3 surviving models that we really compared and contrast to each other and really wanted to maximize in terms of the pairings once we were in the 5-5-2 model. And there were, pros and cons to all of them. But what we really, unanimously decided was that this model the benefits outweighed the other benefits from the other models, and the cons were limited to those compared to the other models. And that's why we presented this model on the 30th and 31st to our community and to our board, and that's why we're here tonight recommending it to you as well.
May I know?
Yeah.
Just a few additional points that I think are worth noting in terms of the process. In terms of that process, what became readily apparent was no matter what we did with the middle schools, 3 middle schools, whether we moved a 5th grade in, we moved 6th grade out, we looked at all those different pieces. At no point did the numbers bear out, and I think that one of those last slides where we look at the middle school numbers into the future, that shows evidence of that. That this becomes the best configuration, certainly within the middle school numbers. What we also wrestled with a lot as a committee were the academic benefits. What was the best educational environment in which we believe to put kids? Really, and that hinged on where does a 3rd grade land and where does a 6th grade land. So should 6th grade be in a middle school, or should that come down with a 5th grade model? Should 3rd grade be in a primary, or should 3rd grade be in an elementary? And we had a lot of very deep and quite honestly passionate discussion about where those students in particular belong. Those are your big transition years for students. And I think everyone would agree, and I know certainly the research does. So we wanted to make sure that we were landing those students in the right place. At the end of what was the determining sort of factor in those 2 pieces, certainly for 3rd grade, was that the academic needs of a 3rd grader are much more similar to those of a 5th grader than they are to a kindergartner. The K-1-2 academic needs of a student are so much more similar. There's a lot of emphasis on primary literacy needs, phonics, speaking and listening at a primary level. It's very different instructional needs at that level than it is for the 3rd grade. So it almost creates a 3rd grade island in a sense, to keep them there. There are models that exist where third grade is in the primary level. It's functional. But we as a committee believe that the students, the third graders, would be best served if they were with the third through fifth graders. And then sixth grade also, again, developmentally staying with the middle school model. We did look at other configurations, as Mr. Isola had pointed out, where other numbers. There was another one. It's actually in one of the previous presentations, which isn't included in your binder, where we looked at it's a K3. I'm sorry, yeah, a K3. No, I'm getting it wrong. It's a K2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 split. And again, that became an issue because we felt that was actually too many additional transitions. Numerically, that worked in theory, but that was certainly a significant amount of transitions. So that became another issue that we sort of ruled out as we went through the process.
One of the big factors here, Mr. Miller, was, and it really presented opportunity for us. Many school districts fall into their configurations based on limited space. When we did our research, I spoke with a superintendent from up north. He has a 612 building because it's a very small town. They only have 3 buildings. So they look at different districts, look to accommodate their needs based on their enrollment and the number of facilities they have. We were in a situation where the number of facilities we had more than met our needs. So how do we maximize those experiences for kids and put them in a situation with that's beneficial for them and staff? So this is why we present this model to you tonight.
By the way, folks, even though we are going around, if a particular board member feels there's something on the current thread of conversation that's important, I'm happy to recognize them, and I hope I can agree with the rest of the board that I'd like to have them be recognized to add to that discussion.
So I think that'll help it move
yeah.
along, right? Yep.
So, again, as part of this process, so Mr. Welsh is asked to be recognized to get in on that thread.
And I appreciate the indulgence. I don't really have a question, just an observation that kind of was initiated through Mr. Miller's question. I think like everybody here on the dais, I've wrestled with this proposal and was inspired, honestly, by some of the contact I've had with the public, read every email, fielded every phone call. And there were some questions that came into my mind because of some of that interaction. And I have the option or the opportunity on a daily basis in this temporary position I'm in to interact with a lot of administrators who are currently in grade banded districts. And one of them is West Windsor-Plainsboro, which is one of the highest achieving districts in the state. And their model was K-3, 4 and 5, and then 6 to 8, and then 9 to 12. And I spoke at length with a couple of administrators there, and they said if they could do it over again, they would go to K-2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8. And the rationale was what we heard Mr. Preston say, that the experience of the third grader, that's when school starts to get a little bit more serious for kids. And the experience of the third grader is so much different than that of the primary school students that they felt that that would be more appropriate. As a matter of fact, I think I just heard that there's still, it's kind of a fluid situation there because of some of the factors that you mentioned, but I believe one of the buildings is going to be all third grade very soon. Not positive about that, but they've had some positive experiences with it with regard to student achievement, contentment of the children, and also some of the other things. I just felt it was important to point that out in all fairness.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Mr. Miller, do you have any further questions at this time? Yeah.
My other question, and it's a little hard to address this, but because my daughter is in Aldrich, which she loved, and we are losing some of her good friends by the redistricting. But I want to know the bus ride from Aldrich to South. Was that looked at and evaluated on how long the children from, say, Glen Arden and the other parts of Aldrich and the old Southern area, we'll call it, are going to be on a bus now going into South?
Yeah, we've started looking at that. While specific routes aren't designed yet, we've taken a real good look at that, and Mr. Sanisak, who oversees our transportation with Nancy Clark, can speak most intelligently to that.
Thank you. We've looked at historical routes as well as house address routes, and some factors that we took into consideration were the existing routes from, say, the Ford Church Kent area that currently go to north are actually longer than the routes would be from going from the Glen Arden area down to south. The routes may flip-flop, and specific house addresses that had a shorter route may have a longer one, and vice versa. Ones that had a longer one would have a shorter one. But the overall average route will not be changing. It's very similar to take from, say, the northern Glen Arden to south. A couple addresses that we did were 8.2 miles, and the run from, were 7.9 miles, and the run from Church Ford Kent area were 8.2. So it's flip-flopping that little bit of difference in the distance, but in the overall road miles, if you will, of the district, it will be very similar. So no, there's no increase in the longest route, and there are still the shorter routes. It's a comparison. We also looked at some of the routes. That area used to, at one time, went to south, and we had that route, and that route, I believe we talked about it when you and I shared a bus ride the one time, Mr. Miller, and it was a 22-minute run. Now, there are always house stops, parents that are asking you to wait while they load an instrument and things like that change the length of the bus ride. But the way the computer tracks the routes, there's no distinct difference in the overall range of route lengths in the district.
Excuse me. We will ask the public to please refrain from comments now while the board deliberates. I think I made myself clear on that. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Moretti.
Just a quick question on the cost. Will there be any necessary for additional buses?
No. The number of routes to move the roughly 6,000 students around the district to our location stays pretty static, regardless of the exact routing. We change every year based on what children move in and out of the district, and the overall cost will be very similar on the routes that we have now.
And if I may follow up on that, just to be perfectly clear, there is dialogue currently going on the administrative and board level about increasing our own fleet regardless of the banding. And I don't want any confusion if we see the purchase of assets in the future. We believe running our own buses is a higher level of service for our community, and that conversation has been ongoing among us. So it's funny that you asked that, and I didn't want to hear Mr. Sanitak's response. I want to be very clear on public record that there is already conversation about increasing our fleet, but not to deal with the reconfiguration, but rather to increase the quality of service.
Right.
That's what I was referring to, is just the reconfiguration, no additional other programs.
Right. When I talk about routes, Mr. Moretti, I apologize. I wasn't clear about that. It's so common to me. We have some routes that we pay contractors to run, some that we do in-house. It wouldn't change the number of routes. We would like to see more of them done on our equipment. That would be a shifting of cost, not an increase in cost. Thank you, Mr. Isola.
Mr. Isola, I believe the ongoing dialogue with the board around policy about internal transportation versus outside contractors has been a function of both our desire for increased safety as well as looking for opportunities to allow us to be able to provide better services during times of emergency, right? So,
Correct.
So this is something that, independent of the reconfiguration, we're examining, and as a board, we've been talking
This
about.
is over a year old, this dialogue. So
Right,
I just
exactly.
wanted that to be out.
I know that was a topic that we had discussed at the safety committee level back when we were convened separately. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Mr. Miller, may we yield the floor to Mr. Bongiovanni? Thank you. Mr. Bongiovanni.
I think there's no doubt that every year we see more and more children with health issues and allergies and this and that. And transferring records is one thing, but getting to know students is another. Could you talk a little bit about what conversations you may have had that some schools now, a school nurse or a school guidance counselor might be receiving 2 times, 3 times the number of students they had received new in a school from prior years? Talk to me a little bit about what conversations you've had to make arrangements for a nurse to get to know her students.
Sure, Mrs. Candler.
Yes, thank you. We work on that now as our nurses actually have a sister school that they're assigned in the case of an emergency. If a nurse was out, we couldn't get coverage of a building, et cetera. So our nurses do dialogue with the sister school so that they get to know the medical needs of the students in the other building given an emergency. So that is something that they are accustomed to doing. We would certainly do that to a higher degree, but we will, whether it's with nurses, guidance, child study teams, give our staff the opportunity, once we know what their placements will be, to go sit, meet with the sister school staff to talk about cases of students, whether it's special needs that are medical, needs in terms of guidance, support, any of that. We will arrange to have that happen so that those conversations are had in depth prior to the end of the school year. Then, in addition, every summer we do give our nurses time to come in the summer, and they have the opportunity to invite the parents in of students with medical needs, and those parents can come in during the summer and actually sit with the school nurse and go over the medical needs, and the nurse can meet the students, et cetera, and that will continue to happen as well. So those things will be taken care of, and again, we've experienced those things often, and we will make sure that because more students are moving, that we give them that opportunity to meet and discuss it at a deeper level before the school year closes, and then again over the summer.
Thanks. As Mr. Welsh said, between all the different emails and attending the different meetings that administration has had with parents and just conversations and phone calls and letters, clearly one of the biggest concerns with the community is now I'm going to be split between two schools possibly because somebody's in second grade, somebody's in fourth grade. I was a very active PTO mom or dad. I've raised money for this school. Now you're telling me all of a sudden I'm going to be in a different school that I didn't expect. I've got back to school nights that I have to attend. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not going to lie. So talk to me a little bit about what do we envision in terms of helping out the parents who are now saying you're splitting my family into two places.
Sure. And you know, look, we've had environments where families were split between the two bands that exist now. But certainly we recognize that we may now have a three split if you have three children. That's certainly possible. When we look at the PTA, PTO you mentioned, recognize that that is not a place of authority of the board. Those are independent organizations. Certainly we partner closely with our PTA and PTOs as they do so many wonderful things to enrich our children's experience at the school level. I don't anticipate that partnership doing anything other than getting stronger because of the need to work closely. But ultimately I would encourage a dialogue between the sister school pairings as early, again, assuming adoption, as early as tomorrow morning, if in fact approved, so that we can begin to get to the details that are necessary to form organizations that are meaningful for parent and children interaction, and having an environment that fosters enrichment for our community, our school community. Our PTA does so many wonderful things in all of our buildings, quite frankly. And it's really, I must say, in my interaction over the last few months, going through this and sitting with PTA presidents at my, I host the PTA President's Council, where I have the opportunity, and we did that back in March, I believe it was, recently, and it was just so refreshing to see the individual presidents and their executive boards that joined them that evening be very open-minded and willingness to partner in terms of solutions. Now, there are some complexities there, and they'll have to peel back the layers to get through that, but certainly we can assist in any way possible. We've gone through opening of buildings, the closing of Southern, the merging between Southern and Aldridge, and while we did some of those things really well, we made some mistakes along the way there too, and we've learned from those mistakes. So again, while this is a district-wide change, it is not something that we haven't experienced, Mr. Bongiovanni, before. So I think we learned from those lessons. I know that I'm fortunate enough to have Mr. Bora and Mr. Smith, who were the appointed principals at the time when Southern closed, and the lessons that they learned through their leadership experiences there has been very informative already. So we have some folks that have lived through change and have really started to inform our process. In terms of the environment itself, the building leadership's going to play a major role in that, and how we transition the overall communities is going to be essential. But once we get our administrative pairings ironed out, in the event that this is a successful reaches passage tonight, we're going to start working as probably as early as this evening, if it is passed, on the administrative pairings, because we want to make that appropriate for all the schools and the administrators and their staffs that they'll be working with. So once we get that organized, which will be in pretty quick order, being that it's 12 buildings, it's not 600 staff, right? And the staff's a much more complex process, or a much more bigger process, a larger process. So once we get the building leadership ironed out and we get the team together, and we have a leadership meeting next week where we'll be talking about this specific topic, we can then begin to talk about those mergers and developing environments. I remember hearing stories about when the middle school opened and some of the meet and greets that went on and those types of things. So I think there's a lot of knowledge in our administrative team, having gone through this. We have principals that have opened buildings. Unfortunately, we have a building principal here that's closed the building. So we have a lot of resources and knowledge right here in our own community. We would look to some of the school districts that have these configurations and see how they do it, because they've been doing it for a number of years. Administration and educators in general are wonderful sharers, and in my outreach throughout this process to superintendents across the state, they've been awesome about helping understand those types of processes.
So let me just follow up real quickly then. What I would imagine then is you have two sister schools, take Aldridge and Taunton. I would imagine then the talk would be about back-to-school nights being different weeks.
Sure, they would have to coordinate schedules, and we would do that. Something like back-to-school happens district-wide now already. So, that would certainly have, because the impact is district-wide, we work with our high school partners to see when their back-to-school nights are. We try to have foresight there. So absolutely, there would be coordinations of calendar events so that we could maximize the opportunities for that parent involvement. It also presents new opportunities for folks that perhaps hadn't had the opportunity to get involved. And with the new change comes new opportunities for parents who haven't. So we can look at getting more folks involved. In terms of, I think you mentioned about being in the building and being part of the PTA and raising funds to bring things to the building, but I think that most, and we talked about this in one of our parent meetings today, most folks that are engaged in PTA recognize their efforts go long beyond the impact that it has that specific year, right? When you make a purchase of a playground for a school, those playgrounds stand for many years, and many children benefit from that. And that's the good work of a PTA. Sure, when you sponsor the class trip, there's immediate response for that year. But when you look at global fundraisings and things like that, I know some of our PTAs worked on getting whiteboards at Southern School back when, and now at Aldridge, those boards are there, and it reaps benefits for years to come. So I think that, our community has always found a way to thrive and put kids first, and I don't anticipate that being any different. We're so fortunate to have such a strong community.
I'll yield for.
Thank you. Mrs. Brennan.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate my appreciation for when you were discussing the plan regarding the sustainability and keeping communities together, because being a member of the Facilities Committee and going to many meetings, that was certainly a major concern. So I am very appreciative that this plan certainly incorporates both of those issues. Beyond that, I did also, go along and read the emails and paid attention to some of the social media chats and what have you. So I have some very narrow questions and some broader questions. Specifically, there were some parents who were concerned about their expectations on the second graders to now become leaders in buildings where there used to be the fifth grade leaders, now there are second grade leaders. I'm just curious to see what your take is on that, because there are certainly some things that second graders are capable of doing, but certainly we would never put the expectation, I don't anticipate the expectations to be put on these second graders as they have been on the fifth graders. If you could just, a brief idea of what you foresee as far as how that would play out.
Sure. Look, Mrs. Brennan, clear observation on your part that the expectations of a fifth grader or a 10-year-old is drastically different than that of a 7 or 8-year-old, second grade student. But certainly, we know that there are role models in every setting that you go into in life. But, Mr. Preston wanted to further elaborate, but I think that the simple recognition that, leadership opportunities that fifth graders have, well, they're still fifth graders, right? They're still of that age. But we shouldn't assume, and nor did we ever mean to, lead anyone to think that we think second graders can replace fifth graders. If that were the case, I guess the Common Core did its job then, right?
So, yeah, there's a second grader certainly would not replace a fifth grader. That's not the case. But in my experience in districts with multiple grade bands, and then also speaking to some of the administration of other districts that have been involved in similar configurations, the oldest student in the building becomes a role model, right? So, and they, in a sense, become the kid that the youngest of the school start to look up to. So what we do is we take the character education programs that we have in place currently and enhance those to sort of specify and provide opportunities for the second graders to experience that role model life as it's now becoming to them. Not that the pressure is put on them that they must lead kindergartners, but that they are role models for the older kids. Let's be good exemplars for how we walk in the halls. Let's be, good exemplars for how we eat lunch. Those are the things. And, I have a kindergartner myself in another school district, and it's the oldest kid in the building that he loves to hear from. My son loves, Minions and Despicable Me. So, when he gets a compliment from the older kid on his shirt, he loves it because it's the oldest kid in the building, and that's who he looks up to. So those are the types of experiences that we would look to draw out and enhance upon.
And I think then when we look at this, just the school pairing and the collaboration of the administration and staff, we look at, giving opportunities to that second grader to get that orientation, that visit, that partner, that fourth grade partner, so that when they become the third grader and the fifth grader the following year, there's a familiar buddy in the building. And if we're really, diligent about our work, we can, how cool would it be for the second grader? They said, I went and visited the, our sister school there. We went over to Taunton kids, as Mark mentioned. We went over to Aldridge today, and I got to meet my fourth grade buddy for next year. And that's something that all of a sudden the kids start to look forward to doing that year after year. And it builds opportunity. But by no means do we anticipate that shift of responsibility.
Mr. Isola, I believe Mr. Pompo wanted to add in on the dialogue on that.
That was also one of my questions. When I was speaking with a lot of the parents as well, their concerns, and I know when my child was in fifth grade, being on safety patrol was a really big thing to escort those kindergartners onto the bus. And those are leadership qualities that these fifth graders have. And my question was along with Ms. Brennan is that sister school going to do anything like that? Or are you going to maybe do something with those fifth graders? Are they going to interact at all with the kindergartner through second graders?
Sure. As we talked at some of the presentations and interaction with parents, while those programs I want to be designed uniquely by the paired schools, the sister pairing, Principal A and Principal B of that community want to build a culture that is meaningful for that pairing, for those communities. But we certainly anticipate the younger kids coming up and visiting with the older kids and vice versa throughout the school year, within reason, obviously, but certainly they can be the reading buddies to them and go read across America. They could certainly go and do a presentation that they can share and things of those nature.
Okay.
But again, I don't want to speak specifically because I want each community to develop the culture that makes them that unique community, right?
If I can add on, the non-negotiable is that will be developed within each community. Right.
Thank you. Mrs. Brennan.
Did you, I saw Mary.
Mr. Artani, did you also want to?
I did want to ask a question. I'm trying to keep my mouth quiet. I just wanted to ask this question. Do we believe that children of a fifth grade student can be a leader in his fifth grade classroom?
Within his own, yeah.
Within his own class. Do we believe that a second grader can be a leader within his own?
Obviously,
age
that's the case, and we see leadership opportunities within every grade level emerge.
All right, I'm asking that question because I realize that that if this passes, that there will be action plans and that there will be things done. My concern is that I don't want that to be the be-all and the end-all if, in fact, this does happen. I think that we need to be very clear that a child can learn to be a leader in preschool.
Sure. We see something as simple as being a line leader, right?
It doesn't need to be from the sister school to the sister school. And I realize that if this passes, you possibly would be looking at doing that. And my only concern even with that is taking away from the academic time. So I just wanted to ask the question about.
Thank you. Mrs. Brennan, did you have any follow-up?
Changing gears, actually, regarding the start times of the different schools and the busing. I noticed that the sister schools would each have the same time, and I know that there was discussion as far as the busing goes, that the children for those two sister schools would be sharing the same bus, so families with, say, a second grader and a fifth grader would still have their children on that same bus. Is that still the plan? And with the start times being the same, would you be able to, like, are you?
Correct. So let me clarify.
Just to get the logistics, a quick logistical answer.
Point of clarification, though, after listening to the community and getting information and feedback through our conversations and our many dialogues that we engaged into with our community, what was determining that model that we talked about early in the process as being,
it was very early,
the model was actually not really meant to be accommodating, but really we heard from parents that was not the best way to do it. So I'll ask Mr. Sanisak to explain the solution that we came up with to meet the needs of the community.
Yes, thank you. And although we did, as Mr. Isola said, we had some ideas that seemed to have operational sense and did not have community support, let's say, where we had the children on the same bus with stopping at two schools, or maybe the schools having a 5 to 7 minute different opening. That was replaced by a more traditional model, and it does work. And as I answered Mr. Moretti about the efficiency and the number of students we move, the sister pairings will have the same opening time, and with the exception of maybe district-wide pickup like an ELL program or something, they will be on separate buses, and they'll go to the single school and have the same start times, and it has been working out quite well. Again, to be finalized if the proposal passes.
Thank you. Now a little bit more of a global question regarding the staff. I'm very appreciative that, of course, in tonight's presentation, and as I already knew, that the staff was certainly part of this committee, the teachers and part of the Teachers Association executive officers who are both part of this. Are there any particular concerns that they had that you were able to address throughout your committee work, throughout the process? Like, what were some of their strongest concerns, and where you were able to alleviate those concerns? And how is the staff overall? Because change is difficult for students, parents, and staff alike, and I completely respect that. And I appreciate that they were part of this process, and an intimate part of this process, is my understanding.
Sure.
So I just want to be able to convey, or for you to convey, if any specific glaring needs were brought to your attention through the staff specifically, how did you take care of those things?
Sure. And again, that staffing question is always a complex issue because there's, statute and laws that we have to adhere to. But first and foremost, the committee was, 15 to 20 people in total. So let me be really perfectly clear. It was a small sampling of staff that worked closely with us, but that was agreed upon with association leadership in terms of the representation on that smaller committee. And yes, they certainly were comfortable in voicing their desires both for the models that they thought would be most appropriate and both for the models as well as their own placement process. And we also, we are going through, it's in continued action, really great lengths to work closely with our teaching staff and our support staff and Mr. Sasak's been out to transportation to listen to those folks. It's just really critical to be informed from the folks that are, the first contact to the kids, right? And while, you ask how are they perceiving it, look, change is massive. Disruption for folks, that's tough, to tell me that, staff's, jumping up and down about it, I won't say that's the case. I think the majority of staff has recognized the need for change, like so many of the parents, those that were in favor and against, have shared with me time and again, look, we recognize there's a need. We may not like this plan or we like this plan, but not too many people have failed to recognize the need to address what's happening here and how. And I think when we talk to staff about that, it's really important. Just, I think this is what you're asking, have we engaged with staff? So we meet monthly, it's called Academic Council. There's a committee of teachers that come up to the office and they have the opportunity to get briefed on the happenings of the district, both from curriculum, from policy, from A to Z, as well as represent concerns that are happening to staff throughout the district, or ideas for improvement, whatever it may be. But it's an open dialogue, and it's a standing council that we meet monthly. So that council, there were members of that council that were on our committee, as well as we have taken the opportunity at each of the meetings to talk very specifically about the work, the why, the how, and we kind of, I don't want to make it sound like there was some kind of formal written agreement, but we certainly came to an understanding of how we all could work collaboratively to make this the best possible transition for staff. I will say that there's been a few staff members, that have said, this is going to be great. We're going to make it work. We appreciate you, looking out for our district and what has to happen. And there's been a pretty, good number of folks that have said that. But with a teaching staff of over 600, I don't get to speak to all of them all the time. And, full disclosure, I don't think a teacher who's, although quite, a handful have, I don't think a teacher who's disgruntled with my policy making is going to be throwing it in my face just because of the relationship. Although I am open to that, and those folks that have, respectfully questioned some of the work over the years with me will find that I really try to learn from those conversations. There's certainly a number of staff that have made me aware of the temperature of their colleagues, and that, look, there's anxiety about change, but the things that we've done to alleviate it with the survey and saying, hey, tell us what you think. And then we ask them of those questions to prioritize them, meaning, what's most important? Is the grade band more important than a school, than a time? What's the most important factor in our placement of your teaching assignment? Where do you see yourself? If you had to say, this is the first thing I want you to consider for me, this is the second thing, we had them rank them so that when we make meaningful decisions about staff placement, it's done with the most thoughtful intent possible. But, look, we're in a non-reconfiguration year, there are staff that is involuntarily transferred because of the needs where the kids are, you know. So it's never a perfect situation, but I like to think, and I know that I strive towards it, and I know that our staff feels, you know, many of the staff members feel this way, that we try to do it as respectful as possible. And you know, so I think staff has a level of anxiety. I think there's a strong level of understanding. And there's one thing I know about this staff, you know, really well, is, you know, once the charge is given and they have kids in front of them, they know how to get the job done. That's why we're successful, so.
And I have no doubt about that, Mr. Arzola, because we have had, as all school districts across the state, have had many challenges thrust upon us. And there are always challenges put on our teachers, and they have responded magnificently every time. And there is anxiety. Even with our technology rollout, there is anxiety about that, but it's going beautifully from what I understand. So every implementation that is either thrust upon them or collaborated with them as it evolves, whatever the case may be, we have a phenomenal staff. There's no two ways about that, and I know that they will absolutely rise to that. And I think that will be great. One last...
Mr. Brennan, if I might recognize myself just to jump in on the thread here. I had a conversation with different citizen members where they heard about the survey and perceived it as, wow, this is a done deal. And that was the sense, the feedback that I was getting from them. And, you know, what I'm hearing from you right now is that, can you clarify, you know, obviously the purpose for the survey was, again, to communicate with the staff and, you know, interact with them in terms of process both of developing this proposal, getting their feedback, and how it would fit, and how it, I mean, what was the clarify the purpose of the survey?
So the purpose of the survey was really very clear. If this gets passed, we need to be ready, because I want to be as respectful as possible to staff, and I want to deliver assignments by the end of May.
And you couldn't do the survey, it wouldn't have been timing.
Right. So for me to wait till tomorrow morning to get the survey out doesn't get staff time to digest that, doesn't give staff time to think about it, doesn't get staff to try to figure out what administrator is going to be in what building, what grade bands they like. So we wanted to engage their thought process so they have every opportunity possible to be prepared. And, you know, again, it wasn't meant to be disrespectful to the process. Please accept my apology if any board member feels that way. We talked about it on the 30th and 31st about articulating that survey out in early April so that staff can have time to digest it and inform us about their desires, because they're key in the success of this school district in any configuration. So
I wasn't looking for an apology. I was simply responding back to what I've heard from the public and wanted to make sure that that was clearly...
I know, and perhaps I was using you as the public there. I apologize for that, Mr. O'Brien.
Right, but I understand, and I appreciate your answer. Thank you. Mrs. Brennan, I'm sorry for jumping in on the thread, but...
No problem. I just had one other question. And this is something that I've heard from the community, and I'm sure that you have too. If we could just flesh out, you can't anticipate every issue that's going to arise until you actually implement something. So are there any major obstacles that you still foresee that would cause you hesitancy in putting this through for September, or do you feel confident that the major issues, because as I said, some things just don't arise until you actually implement, and then you're certainly going to be prepared and you'll have support through your action committees and what have you. But as far as rolling this out, if it were to be approved for September of 2015, are there any issues that are still outlying that you're concerned about?
I believe every major aspect of this implementation process is more than deliverable in a meaningful manner by September 15. We talked about that in a lot of our presentations. Parents have asked that question. Staff has asked that question. I know that you talked about feedback from staff. That's one thing that's been pretty consistent from staff. You know, Mr. Isel, if we're going to do this, let's get it done so we can get moving and get back to the daily education of our children. You know, that has been something that I've heard, you know, pretty frequently. The anxiety of the uncertainty and the unknown is unsettling for all of us. But in terms of delivering this, to our community in a meaningful way, I'm you know, confident that that's the case. As I said back in, I guess it was February, if I did my research and looked at laying out the plan, if there was a moment in which I didn't feel we can do this the right way, I would stand proudly and say, guys, we got to wait. But I haven't seen that hurdle yet. I recognize your point that there will always be something that, needs to be adjusted, at the 11th hour or, perhaps even the 13th hour in some cases. But those I anticipate any of that type of stuff to be minor, and those glitches happen on a normal year, right? So we have the structure in place and the team in place to address concerns on any given year, no matter how little or how big. We have a committed board and a great community and wonderful employees that know how to get those emergencies or those glitches taken care of. So,
Thank you.
The only other thing I wanted to say was that I really do appreciate you and the administrative team's availability, your openness, your responsiveness to everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Brennan. Mrs. Saratani.
Mr. Isola, I just wanted to add that when I spoke to you about staff, you also mentioned to me rep council. You also mentioned Middle School North staff meeting. I know for a fact that you went to Aldridge staff meeting.
Yeah, I apologize. My staff knows where I am. My staff knows where our leadership is, and I don't want to, poo-poo that or whatever it may be. And I know the community needs to know that, and I recognize that. But yeah, I've been to staff meetings. I've been to 2 or 3 staff meetings. I held a general staff meeting. I went into their rep council where their building reps came, and that's pretty unheard of for a superintendent to stand before the union reps at their monthly meeting. But they invited me, and I was more than gracious, more than happy to go in and accept that invitation to share the plan with them and concepts with them. They were notified about the pairings prior to the public announcement. So, but there you go.
Okay, the reason why I mentioned it is because on our conversations regarding those particular meetings, as you pointed out, your question really was, is staff very accepting? And my impression from Mr. Isola through conversations specifically about those meetings was that staff was accepting. I would like to leave everybody with this. K2, learning to read. 3 on, reading to learn. Always keep that in mind. Mr. Stanisic, I was very concerned about the busing issue as it relates to the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. I know that you know I'm going to ask you this because I've hounded you about it. The start time at Aldridge is changing, and that is one of the concerns that has come to me numerous times from various parents, as all of us. So I was wondering, was everything looked at, and are there any other possibilities of changing this? And if you did have to change it, what would it mean?
And I had the opportunity after we spoke, I ran into a couple of the staff members who were on the committee and also dialogued with them because it is a difficult question. The tiers, in order for us to continue to deliver the busing at the efficiency that we do, we have the 3-tier system. The middle school tier obviously is the easy one. The middle schools go at the 725. Then as we were starting to create the tiers to match the pairings, if you will, once the pairings were being presented, the committee tackled that, and we did wrestle with that, not quite as much as the pairings, but we wrestled with that at length because of the traditional starting times that some schools had. A couple things that were non-negotiables, if you will, you heard that a few times tonight, were that the sister pairs, and kind of in answer to Mrs. Brennan's, would be at the same time so that a parent of a 2nd and a 4th grader wouldn't be taking their children out to the bus stop at that 45-minute interval, that they could be within the same bus stop window. So with that being a non-negotiable, and then the second part being that the LOP tier, where we were proposing for pre-K to be, and the Gribbling Memorial tier, where we were proposing the heavier need for these special vans to be utilized needed to be in opposite tiers. So they could not be on the same tier so that we could serve some of our neediest children with our own equipment that's properly equipped for their needs. So as soon as you put the pairings together and add that the LOP tier and Gribbling tier need to be opposite each other, it starts to limit the opportunities. So as we looked at it, it could be inverted completely, hypothetically, but then 5 schools would change their tierings rather than one school. And I recognize that as we look at the global picture of the district, those are the kind of considerations we had. So when we do address the tiering, that plan had the most consistency for the most people that also met the other non-negotiables that we had to do in order to be able to safely move the children around the district in that 3-tier system. So we did look at it. Since you raised the question, in fact, you were not the only one. It was raised by 3 or 4 citizens that also posed it in some of our conversations. We did look at it, we evaluated it, and those are the situations. In order to deliver the service, we need to have those configurations.
Okay, so in other words, if we changed Aldridge's start time to be the same as it was this year, 5 other
If we just
schools-
inverted, it would be 5. If we moved the Aldridge Taunton into Tier 2 and did not invert all of them, then we skew the balance and we have 2/3 of our elementary students going in one tier and only 1/3 in the other, creating an imbalance where, again, we can't do the 3-tier that give us the efficiency. So the other part, and I might not have said it, it seemed to be implicit to me, is that we want about, and it never is half, we know that. We know it's not perfect. But we wanted as close to half of the students being transported, and again, considering the van routes to be slightly different, so it's not exactly student for student half, but we wanted about half the work for our staff to be in each tier. So in order to have half the work in each tier, we had to have the 2 larger, the Gribbling area and the Taunton area, to be in separate tiers as well. So as you start to, instead of, we've said tonight a number of times, peel away the onion, as you start putting the layers back on the onion, the ones that have to be there in order to have the whole package, that it becomes a lack of alternatives, and that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Calendar has some questions for you, special education, my baby. If a student has an IEP, will they receive the same services that are outlined in their IEPs? Parents have asked that question numerous times. I want to know about that. I want to know, can you please speak to their class sizes, what the benefits of having grade banding may or may not be in terms of mainstreaming for students? I'd like you to answer those questions, and I also want to know, will child study team, speech, OT, guidance, PT have more appropriate space in this configuration to do the work that they're presently doing, and is there any added benefit to it, or is there a detriment to it?
Okay, I'll try to remember all of that. In terms of IEPs and 504 plans, whatever is written in those documents will continue to be delivered in the manner in which it is outlined in those documents, with the exception of the building that they're occurring in. But the programs, all of the services, all of the goals for those students, they remain the same. Those don't change. In terms of class size, we have to go by code, so the class sizes will continue to be run by code like they are now. So we don't exceed those maximums unless there is a special circumstance where we get a waiver, which we do now without grade banding, when it's necessary and appropriate for kids. Those are in very few circumstances, usually occur at the very end of a school year if a student moves into a class rather than hire somebody and have a class of 1 or splitting classes at the end of the school year. That sometimes happens, but otherwise we will continue, as we always have done, to operate our classes and class size by code. In terms of the services, we are excited for the opportunities that we could have with increased space. Right now, some of our programs at Newberry, for example, we don't have a lot of available space in that building to expand upon some of the things that we do with our students in special class programs. Currently, the child study team in that building lives outside of the building in a trailer. So we have some of our students with the most significant needs that are somewhat separated from the people that actually work with them on a regular basis. And so they have to come into the building, and with all of the security, it's just not that simple walk in the door kind of a thing. So we're excited for the opportunities of having some space in a building where we can start to look at some things that we would like to add in terms of ROT rooms, or have a room where we could have some quiet time for a student that may be having a behavior, and we have a place to move them that can be created as a safe place for them to go, which we don't have now in some of the buildings where our special classes are. We're also excited about opportunities in the Memorial Building where we can build, if you will, some classroom experiences for kids where maybe we can model a small grocery store or a small theater environment, so that when kids need to have experiences of going out into the community, we can actually start that with doing community type things in the building, and then when they move to the middle school level, we then take it to the next level and bring them out into the community. So those are some of the opportunities that we're excited about exploring and building, where we didn't have those opportunities now because of the space limitations that we have where some of those programs are located right now. Additionally, in combining some of the programs, what you may lose in grade banding, because right now we have kindergarten through 5th grade classes, say, for students with autism, all in the same building, and then when you split them, you have K-2, 3 to 5. We have other programs where, for example, our cognitively impaired classes, there's only 2 of those. So if we split them, they would kind of be an island in each building, which is why we married those classes, where those classes will be, into one building, so that we have the K-2 of several programs together and 3 to 5 of those programs. But even with marrying those programs, we don't exceed the number of special class programs in one building than we have right now in Newberry Schools. So I hope I answered most of them. Did I miss something?
No, you did very well, and I'm not going to continue on that because I know that Jeannie will probably want to ask you that question.
Okay.
And I'll hold off. I have other questions, but I'll hold off out of respect.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarteni. Mr. Pompo.
Oh, okay, just to add on to that, I know, because I am also very involved in special education, and I know that the professional development does allow to individualize instruction and to achieve success. My question is, you had said, and I just want you to elaborate on that, is that these students will be put together, and I strongly believe when you do that, they do flourish and they do succeed. So I really want you to just emphasize a little bit about that with the banding and getting these students put together rather than in several different schools. So I just wanted you to, if you could, just to elaborate on that.
Some of the programs, with having our students with cognitive impairments, with autism, in our MD program, a lot of the services that they use and a lot of the needs that they have overlap. So to have a community for those students will be a very positive thing in some of the outings that they can have and some of their experiences socially. It could be very positive for the students. At the same time, it could be very positive for our staff, because the related service providers that work with those students, our teacher coach who does behavioral coaching, et cetera, we will now be in fewer locations. So the building hopping will be minimized, and even the distance between Gribling and Memorial, I think it's 1.5 miles at the most. It's a short jaunt between those two buildings. So it lends itself to a lot of collaboration between the students in the various programs and also the staff. So we're excited for that. We are lucky in buildings that currently house some of our programs. Our general education students are very much involved with some of our classes, and we've developed that over time. Our staff in those buildings has worked very closely with the general ed staff. our administrators in those buildings have worked very closely with their staff. And so we realize that we will have to repeat some of that fine work that was done to establish those environments, but we're very confident and excited actually to be able to extend that opportunity to other students in the district. And then, you know, when the students move up and move on, they'll see the students that they used to know from those other buildings when they get to the middle school. So we'll actually have more kids at the middle school level who have participated with our students, and we'll be welcoming to them when they get to that middle school environment.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then I just have one more question.
Absolutely.
I know, and I thank you for all the information that you're providing us. I really do appreciate it. And I know that change is very difficult, not only for parents, for students, and for staff, and we all know that. My question as an educator is, if this does pass, what are the expectations of the teachers now? If this is passed, what do you expect them to do? Is there any preparation that they need to go? Do they communicate with the parents, with the students? Where do they go from here? What do you expect of your staff if this does get passed?
So next steps for staff is we're going to have to go through the placement of assignment of our staff, and that's going to be critical because until they know what building they're in, how do they plan for the future, right? So we want to try to do that as timely as possible. In terms of the building leadership assignments and the principals, it kind of stems from there, Mr. Pompa. When we have those assignments, we then can talk about how to take that building, how it will take shape and take form. In terms of the physical movement of the materials, they're personal belongings that teachers generally pack up on a regular basis anyway. The district assets, the textbooks and things like that, we're going to handle that move for them so that that's happening for us, not specifically for them. But in terms of trying to determine the right assignment for staff so that we're putting them in an opportunity to be successful with students, you know, I think that's step one, right? So that staff can start to hone in on that. We are going, I don't envision a lot of movement outside of the grade bands that they're familiar with. We want people to teach to their strengths. So we're anticipating, you know, in terms of once their assignments are given, that there's a comfort level with what, in fact, that they'll need to get ready. One of the quick little solution that we began to dialogue, we're not there yet, but you know, we have 2 days at the beginning of the year. Normally they're filled with meetings and presentations and training. You know, perhaps one of those days is clearly designated for setup, and we try to make up that PD later in the year somehow. You know, but I'm talking with with Ms. Tennant, the association president, so that we can partner on something that's good for staff, so that when the kids walk in that door, we're ready, just like every single year. You know, so little things like that in terms of next step, but staff doesn't even know that's happening because we're not there yet. Right. We got to get through tonight. We have to finalize the thought process with our partners, and then, you know, like we committed to this communication with our community, that's exactly, and it started already. You know, we're trying to get out the buildings as much as possible, but once we know that we're moving forward, then, you know, we start pushing that information out, listening to staff, getting feedback from them, and getting it shaped just right so that it's successful for all of us.
And I do believe that Howell has such great educators that I do believe whatever the situation is, and if this does get passed, I think as educators, they will do. These teachers are phenomenal, and they will do their best to make sure every child gets a great education. We all know that.
Mr. Pompa, anything further?
No, thank you very much.
Sure. Mr. Moretti.
Just going to all the meetings, and I've heard of many different things brought up. And one of the concerns was the students moving from the Memorial, 730 of them, going to North, and then 100 of the students plus were going to go to the South. The concerns of the parents were, how are they going to commingle the 100-plus students, when they go down to the south, are they going to be... Are they going to be able to blend in with the other students? You're not, myself, I don't think you would just throw them out there. I'm sure you're going to keep some of them together so they blend in with the students down there. And the same thing with the group from Aldridge North and Route 9 West. You're going to be sending that group that was at Aldridge, when all their friends have gone to the south, you're going to take them and send them over to Newberry Land of Pine. How are you going to handle that group?
Yeah, so the approach is going to be fairly similar, so I'll talk broad.
Right,
and then,
that's why I brought them up together in the
yeah,
same.
thank you, Mr. Moretti. So, and, you know, that's really at the epicenter of the transition work, you know, that we take care of kids first. There's been a lot of questions about staff, and we've been very articulate here this evening about the importance of doing that, because we want our staff to be prepared for success. Well, the same is, and even more so true when we're talking about youngsters, right? The very people we're trusted to take care of. So when we talk about that, it's very clear, one of the non-negotiables seems to be the term, that kids will not be isolated, so that children that are moving from community 1 to community 2 will move in clusters, and the designation of their class assignment will have peers from their previous setting, their previous community, so that there is a familiar group of individuals who are with them.
Please, you've been very, very patient so far, and I appreciate it. Not all the board members have yet had a chance to have that dialogue. But again, we really need to focus on the conversation here. So while I understand the applause, because it's an emotionally charged issue for many of you, please allow us to continue to focus on this, the superintendent's answers. Thank you.
So when we're careful about how we assign them to their classes in any of those environments, in any of the buildings in which you spoke about, or those transitions that you spoke about, when you do it carefully and you're giving them peers that they're comfortable and they're familiar with, and we put them in an environment, it does not eliminate, but it minimizes some of those anxieties that we may be faced with. Having familiar faces from teaching staff in the building, from administration, from guidance, from nursing, from secretarial staff. When we put pieces of the puzzle together that gives them some sense of familiar surroundings, we work towards the solution. The other thing that really has to happen, though, is the merging of the communities. And, you know, specifically in the middle school, I believe that will be the biggest challenge. You know, when you talk about a few hundred children moving from Building A into Building B, and we've been through this before. You know, we've had situations where we've done similar stuff. You know, we just recently merged a lot of Southern students up into the Aldridge community, and the kids really did well. Quite honestly, the kids did well. But what we need to do is make sure that we're building opportunities. And I remember when middle school, Memorial Middle School opened back in '04, and Mr. Welsh was the principal and I was the principal here, a lot of my students had left, and there was the separation of friends that had gone through multiple years of school together. Well, it didn't take, you know, it wasn't rocket science for me and Mr. Welsh, not senior administration, to sit down and say, guess what's happening in the fall? We're having a fall dance together. And, you know, I don't even remember which building it was in, but we did 2 or 3 of them that year, if I remember correctly, to build culture and keep those connections. So events such as that will help foster comfort through the change months. But children will gravitate if nurtured properly. You know, we too often use the throwaway statement, children are resilient. Children are awesome, but we need to nurture that. We need to build an environment that allows them to be resilient, allows them to flourish. And, you know, just to assume kids are going to be okay, that's not cool with me. So we got to take care of children and do it in a way that minimizes some of the concerns that in any transition of year 1, whether this is reconfiguration, rebalancing, reshuffling, opening a school, closing a school, whatever the change would be, year 1 will be difficult, but based on, we talked about the enrollment history, based on the number of moves we've been through as a community, you know, we do it pretty well. And I think that this will not be the exception, and we'll actually even be better at it based on our experience.
So basically, once this move is made, we're going to be more cohesive in the future. As you have stated before, a kindergartner coming in today will be with his classmates right through 8th grade.
Well, I
And
think
there should basically, we should not run into a Southern Aldridge situation ever, I can't say ever.
right. But we believe that student entering kindergarten today, September, 9 years from now, we'll be congratulating them through their path, moving them on to the high school district as they graduate our district.
Right.
With a very clear path, and those parents will have known as they registered the kid what the path for the child was, and that child will have, you know, traveled through our school district on that designated path. It's that sense of security and sustainability that this plan speaks to. But yeah, year one is uncomfortable. You know, to sit here and say anything different would be dishonest. But we will work diligently and partner with parents to build a culture and events and activities that best eliminate as much of that as possible.
One of my other questions is the new housing and development. I've looked over some information, and now a lot of those developments are not young people coming into this town. So, and a lot of them are smaller units, as you had said earlier, nothing like 100. So I guess this has gone into your figuring, that you're looking at, I don't know if it was four senior development.
Age-restricted communities, yep.
Age-restricted?
Yeah,
So when you say people ride around town saying, oh man, there's a development here, there's a development there, it's not as many as they think. Is that?
Well, certainly we do physically drive the town and look for the shovels that are in the ground and the trees that are being knocked down for new housing. But more importantly than that, we work with our partners in the municipal government to get that actual information, as I mentioned in the presentation.
Right.
While there are certainly age-restricted communities, senior communities being developed, there are some, and you know, we know the one down south clearly that's up behind Middle School South. Families have started to move in there. We know the pretty large development across from Adelphia School. There's a few families. I think there's 10 to 15 families that are in there already. I could, you know, so we know that these developments are happening. We're not absent of development, Mr. Moretti, but we certainly have a handle on where that development is, and with great confidence we can receive the family formation that would come with that, with the delivery of those houses to new residents. There's absolutely, this sister school model allows for the fluctuation or tick up in enrollment seamlessly, and that's one of the benefits of this, so that we're not back here 3 years. I remember specifically sitting right here and listening to so many of our fine citizens at this microphone back in December saying, you can't bring us back here 3 years from now. You know, get this right, do the right work, you know, do what it takes. And, you know, there's a lot of wisdom in that statement, you know, and we've had families back here, you know, too often, in my opinion. So that's why this looks different, because I think the deliverable is different.
Thank you.
Dr. Lowe. Oh, I apologize, Mary, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just had a follow-up question to Mr. Moretti's original question with regards to the Aldridge children. At the middle school north presentation, there was indication from parents that they were wanted us to, if this was going to pass, to look at grandfathering, and we received many emails regarding that. And I was just wondering, as a follow-up to Mr. Moretti's question,
has that been looked at, and what would that look like, and is it possible, and if not, why not?
So blanket grandfathering, yes, it's been looked at in great detail, and we continue to look at those possibilities in very different ways. Blanket grandfathering across the board is something that would prevent hurdles for the model to bring what we're suggesting it brings. Specifically at the middle school, if we grandfathered all the children, we wouldn't be able to house the teams in a meaningful manner, and we'd have a little, then we would be broaching the max capacity of a building, and I have a hard time saying that that's in the best interest of children. I want to make sure that the environment, while we're increasing the middle school numbers, I still want to make sure that those environments are able to provide meaningful educational experiences for kids. So blanket grandfathering can happen. One thing that we discussed at one of the PTA meetings that we were invited to was the potential for kind of a reverse grandfathering. I don't even want to use that term. Basically, what we're talking about is the North Aldridge community that's being redistricted to Land of Pines and Newberry will remain, those children are now they remain a north-sending community, while the rest of Aldridge has become south-sending community. One of the things that we've been kicking around is if those children who have gone through Aldridge all those years and now are 6th and 7th graders at Middle School North, and they're very, their closest relationships are their Aldridge friends from down, south of Aldridge in Glen Arden or Friendship or whatever it may be. Perhaps we can allow those students to join their peers and go south with the remaining Aldridge community. So, because we would be able to place them at South in a meaningful manner and do that. So if in fact it's the board pleasure for us to, if in fact this proposal is adopted, to further dialogue with that and look at that, we can make that available. And being that it's a limited time, I believe we can do that on a request. If a parent wanted to do it, we can probably accommodate it. And if a parent wanted to stay, we can accommodate that as well. I've spoken with Mr. Sanisak, who has spoken with Transportation, and we don't believe the burden there transportationally for the short term would outweigh the benefit to a family that wanted to do that. So that's something that we can continue to talk about and consider.
And that would only be for 2 years.
It would be the current 6th and 7th graders. Yeah.
Mr. O'Brien, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Approximately how many students would you be talking about there?
It's written on the glass on the back of the door. I think it's 54. I think it's 54 students.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Lowe.
Okay. Is this on? Just having a problem with that. Thank you. I probably have fewer questions than many of the board members. I, like all of you, have read all the emails and received all the letters, and probably because I've kind of been on Mr. Izzola's side at the building level and district level, my questions are more about certain processes. The first is about, and we talked a lot about, some of the benefits of this program is targeted professional development, and I'm a PD guru. So what specific things either of you can talk about as far as really looking at a great opportunity for, at the K-2 level, for emergent literacy and math opportunities? So have you thought about any specific things in regards to both buildings, and then later cover 3 through 5 in those same areas?
Sure. Bruce? Yeah.
So certainly that conversation continues to evolve, and I think that's where, if we find enthusiasm, that's certainly where a spot where the enthusiasm exists. First, by having the configuration such K2, 3, 5, allows the professional development to be targeted to those needs of the K2, 3, 5. Certainly one of our large emphasis, and we know this to be a need, is to really start looking at phonics work. And the phonics professional development. When you spread that out, as Ms. Saratani had pointed out earlier, it's learning to read in the primary building, and then it's reading to learn in the elementary building and beyond. And really that elementary level becomes a transition to the middle school level where they're really now doing their research and inquiry. So in the primary grades, in the K2, to really start focusing the professional development into sort of, you could divide those grades up as well, not just by the literacy, but by sort of the way the instruction can occur. And some research talks the idea about looking at play in your primary model to passion in your now 3 through 5, and purpose in your middle school to high school model. So, and that doesn't mean kids in primary just play, but through that sense of interaction, that social interaction of an entire building, but through the grades, start to explore the speaking and listening components that impact phonics. What does that look like in the whole classroom? How do I use even the classroom itself as a learning tool, right? So how do I use the furniture as an experience for students? That doesn't mean chairs, but how do I arrange the room? What does the walls begin to look like? What are my anchor charts on those walls supposed to be? And when there's consistency of those anchor charts between every single classroom, even start to be replicated in the hallways, the culture and climate becomes very much about that specific professional development, about those emergent literacy needs. So we're really talking about, at this stage, really looking into, again, the phonics instruction for the entire buildings, the speaking and listening skills that are specific to that. There's been a lot of dialogue, and we have received a lot of emails about handwriting and the needs of handwriting. And so, again, having a building where we can now also look at fewer competing schedules so that we can maximize time with the classroom on those same developmental needs, and then start to provide even the professional development around the handwriting skills as well. The other piece that we can start to look at is the intervention and enrichment professional development opportunities. How do I differentiate my instruction, and that's both within the classroom but also across a grade level? How do I differentiate my instruction specific to, say, students who are struggling versus students who would need enrichment, and then everywhere in between? We can start to do much more targeted in-class intervention, or what we would call response to intervention work at that primary level. And then also look at, and we always think about differentiation. We get locked into differentiation as being something that we scaffold to the students who have the most challenges. But that's not always the case. We also need to scaffold that differentiation to the students who most require challenge. And those fewer competing schedules within a primary building provide that opportunity. Same with the 3-5 as well. Ms. Callender?
And we've spoken at some of our other meetings that some of the challenges some of our teachers have faced, teachers who might be in the ASI program or special education program, where when they're in a K-5 building, their day could look like a period in a kindergarten class, a period in a third grade class, a period in a fourth grade class, and having to know the standards for every one of those grade levels and the needs of students at all of those different developmental levels. When you have students in grade bands in buildings, that staff member now is focusing on that K-2 level throughout their day. So they are going into multiple classrooms, but the focus is on that band, and there is such an advantage for that teacher to be able to narrow that focus and hone in on his or her expertise in that subject area, in that remediation area. So those opportunities as well, we've had a lot of conversations about. You know, having some of our teachers, we've trained over the years teachers in different methodologies. So having some of the teachers who have, for instance, a Wilson certification, you know, they would most likely be in a 3 to 5 banded school because that's the age level where that program would be more appropriate. You're not choosing that program for K through 2 students. So we'd be able to utilize that person's skill and expertise with more students at that age level, where right now a teacher that's in a building of K to 5, because we need to have a full schedule, you know, throughout the day they can't just be with those few fourth or fifth graders in their building. So we're maximizing those opportunities for staff members to develop or continue to develop certain levels of expertise and then deliver those to students in a way that would be much more meaningful for them. So.
Thank you. And then on the same note with the professional development, to talk about how we can now have more focus with the target with special ed and particularly our second language learner population.
So with the ESL, I'm sorry, with the ESL, we actually invested a number of years back in PSYOP training. I'm sure you're familiar with it, where we really educate all our gen ed teachers in addition to our teachers of ELL students, so that we're learning how to make that curriculum accessible to language learners. And you know, it was really it was something we were doing here while I was principal at North. And I can specifically remember multiple teachers of gen ed teachers saying, I'm using this with my regular class. This is really great, you know. And when you have powerful PD and it overarches and expands into multiple areas, that's powerful. But so the PSYOP program continues, and I think it's really important that the ELL students are remaining in the Ardena community, because so many of our staff there has been trained in that. So we'll look again. That's one of the areas that we want to be careful and make sure that the folks that have the training there are working with those kids. Our ELL teachers obviously will be with them, but the gen ed teachers who have worked so closely with those populations, it benefits us to keep them there. So, you know, we have a very specific model in our ESL program. As I think you know, we've been recognized as a model program statewide for a number of years now, and we continue doing that. We don't see that really being different in this model.
Okay, and my last question is more of like a combined question, because what's good about this plan, there's so many opportunities, and as response to intervention is not a special education area, not within your area, Ms. Callender. You're doing it now, so how is it going to be more focused and targeted? And have you thought about, and I don't know if it'll happen right away if the plan is approved, but the opportunities that exist for multi-age grouping and looping?
So we don't have a formal RTI program right now, response to intervention program right now. Outside of this entire process, there's intervention, but as a formal response to intervention framework, trademark, et cetera, we don't have that in place. We have been, outside of this process, exploring frameworks and the possibility of bringing in a more formalized program. Ms. Callender and I actually do work quite closely on that project and have had lots of discussions with the supervisory team and some of the VP supervisors, vice principal supervisors that are involved. We have started to flesh out an action plan and a framework for moving forward. What begins to happen for response to intervention is, again, because we can specify with fewer competing grades, one, specify the professional development for differentiation in the classroom. What happens when, through our screening process, and last month we adopted our dyslexia screening tools, which are our Star Renaissance and Frontis and Purnell programs by combination. So start to really look at and delineate, almost think of it like a flow chart. If a student scores within a certain bracket, what does that change for the instruction of that student? Not what happens in terms of referral. What does that change in terms of the instruction? Concrete professional development and guidance for that within the classroom. If after that we don't see growth where growth is needed for those particular students, then what other maybe additional interventions can we provide? And we can do that better given the fewer competing schedules spread out over a 6th grade band, where now we have fewer competing schedules. We can pull more students that have similar concerns or similar areas of challenge, work with those students together because their needs are so similar, and they can also work collaboratively through the social learning process and accelerate their learning to have them back into the regular classroom. Instead of pulling out formally, we just add into the intervention to get them back into the classroom. Rather than intervention, think of in terms of acceleration back up to standard. Same exists, by the way, for, as I said before, with the enrichment process. So What happens with the framework that we've been looking at is now it just becomes much more specific to the needs of students within similar grades. We have not considered, or I shouldn't say we haven't considered, we have not discussed looping as a formal process. I would imagine that as this, should this be passed, that will be a consideration that we'll start looking at, but it has not been a topic that we have discussed to this point. Was there another
No, I think you
piece with
covered
it?
just about all. Oh, the multi-age grouping.
Did you want to take that one, Ms. Keller? We just discussed that.
We do have some multi-age groupings in our special class programs. And that is why having the bands like they are was beneficial for us, because those bands allow for the most effective multi-age groupings for students in special class programs. You know, that was just another bonus of the K-2, 3 to 5 when we looked at that. But we do have those opportunities for the multi-age grouping because we didn't separate out, say for instance, just one kindergarten building or a 5th grade building. When you do things like that, then you eliminate those opportunities for those multi-age situations. So.
But I was thinking more in line with your gen ed population.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Just really had a comment. As I said, these are real difficult decisions that we all have to make, but I must say, having been through this process, every single I has been dotted and crossed and T'd, you know, reading the emails, whether questions were answered, whether it may not have been the answers that parents may wanted to hear. The research, and in this binder, when you look at the action plans, if the plan is approved, you're ready to go. So just wanted to say, I don't know, you probably have not gotten any sleep in the last couple of months. The meetings that this administrative team have had, and not only that, the board members, the access that the board members have made available to the community, I know in my 37 years I've never seen it. So I just want to commend you and compliment you on your work. I feel really excited about what's going on. I think it's a great school district, and this is an opportunity to make it even better, to go from good to great. And it's really always about an ever-improving quality. When it's good, doesn't mean that we rest here. We take a look and really explore how we can make it even better. So with that being said, I'd like to, can I do that?
Well,
Oh.
I'd like to,
Oh, you know what, you didn't get a chance to answer
No,
your questions.
yeah.
I am so sorry. Please excuse me.
I appreciate that, but thank you. No, I agree with you, you know, with your statements. Mrs. Saratani, before I took my turn, did you have something? Oh, I'm sorry, folks. Before I take my turn, did you have something you wanted to add on that thread?
I just have to say, whether this passes or not tonight, I think that this board needs to come up with a directive to the administration about getting an RTI program in place for the coming school year, so that I'm you know, to hear the whole thing going on here, you know, staff need to be trained. The collection, the data collection that needs to be done, the less children that need to be classified, and the amount of services that need to be provided to children, we need to get that into place, and we need to get it into place yesterday. So I would just like to say, coming off of her question, Dr. Lowe, thank you so much for bringing that up. I can't even think about reconfiguration with worrying about RTI right this minute. So I really want you to,
My question to you would be, regardless of reconfiguration or not
Whether we
reconfiguration,
reconfigure or not.
RTI is something
Please,
critical that we need to act upon?
please.
Okay, then what I would like to do is, if I might, have that, you know, put on for further, discussion.
Great.
You know, before we convene tonight, before we adjourn tonight, we'd like to take some action on that.
Right. And I also didn't ask all of my questions because I wanted to be.
No, and I understand, I appreciate it, but I'd like to get a few in too, so thank you. And so again, folks, this has gone on for quite a while, and I know that you have been sitting here very patiently, but please understand that each board member comes to us from different backgrounds, different levels of experience in education and other areas, but they all represent you. And they're all coming at this issue from their own perspectives and strengths. And I've been listening to the questions tonight and been getting a lot of thoughtful insight from everything that I've heard. And I thank each board member for their very, very thoughtful questions. I'm going to take my questions now and just bring it back into the middle school, because that's where I want to spend a little more time. And I appreciate it, but folks, we're sitting here tonight with, I think it's been pretty clear to me that we built this so that it could be sustainable going forward by looking at the impact of kindergarten and et cetera. But clearly the biggest transition impact is going to be on our middle school. So that being said, some of the things that I've heard from the community are, and I'll start with one, not in any particular order of priority, but just middle school opportunities, cut teams, other types of programs. We are taking how many students into Middle School North at this point from the previous, what's the number?
Approximately 650.
650. Okay, so the concerns are...
But that's not net, that's how many are moving.
Right. The concerns are that when we get to the higher population, that the traditional model that we've had up recently with, I think we've had some cut teams only for one team, I believe, in each.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you plan to address that? I would like to know where appropriate, because obviously we don't create teams just for the sake of creating teams, but where appropriate, how can you address the community's concerns and the board's concerns about opportunities in the middle school for children in extracurricular activities, especially cut teams?
Sure. And, we've received that through our compiled questions, too. We've talked about it in a lot of our public meetings and small group meetings. And I think I've been pretty clear that I believe, school athletics, co-curricular activities, clubs play an essential part of a middle school child's life, and even earlier, quite frankly. It's something that I've witnessed as a principal, I witnessed it as a dad, I witnessed it as a student, the impact that co-curricular athletics and those types of programs play in the success of a student's education and the development of that individual. So this board has always, in my time, exercised really generous offerings in terms of what's available for our students. If we look back at the history, we've had, one middle school, two middle schools, three middle schools. In all those intervals, there's been teams at each of those buildings. So when we expanded, we had more opportunities, but when we were expanding, we were bringing on more students. Keep in mind, we have declining enrollments now, and we're seeing the fact that we're going to two middle schools, we still don't have as many students as we did back when, it was north and south. We're probably lower numbers then, and certainly you saw the demographics or the enrollment projections.
But for those students coming in 2016,
yep, 2015, 16,
we're going to be addressing a much larger pool of competition.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to give a little background for those folks that hadn't had the opportunity to hear that. You talked about specifically cut sports. It would be my recommendation to add a 6th and 7th grade team to those cut sports. So currently, we used to have two, so I don't want to call it a JV because it's an 8th grade team to maximize opportunities for 8th grade students, and then a 6th, 7th grade team to give an environment for those kids to have opportunities to make a team. So currently, we most recently added back 6th and 7th grade for basketball because we saw the number of individuals trying out. I would recommend that we bring back that for soccer as well, for both boys and girls, maximizing opportunities for kids. So that would increase in the two buildings, that would bring on 4 more teams. When you look at that, that would be a helpful way to alleviate some of the opportunities that are being viewed as lost.
So as I understand it then, you mentioned the cut sports that we currently have, and that are soccer, basketball.
In the fall, right. So remember,
so we would be adding
cut and non-cut.
We would be adding a full. In other words, instead of having 6th and 7th grade, we'd have 6th grade, with a team for boys and a team for girls?
No, currently, the fall sport is soccer.
Soccer, right?
Okay, so in soccer, we currently we used to have 2 teams, a 6, 7, and an 8.
Right.
We then what's happening?
It was 6 and 7, 8. No?
No. No.
Mary and I were both on the board when this happened.
Okay, so I just turned to my previous athletic director. It's 6, 7, and 8. Okay, there were 2 opportunities, though. So there were 2 bands of teams, if I may. When we had the budget crisis of '09, we went through a lot of process there, if you remember. We only ran 1 team for the entire school for each gender. What I'm recommending is, like we recently did in basketball, do that for soccer. Reinstate a 6th grade, 6th, 7th grade soccer team for the boys and for the girls at South and at North. That's 4 additional teams that we'd be adding. That would provide increased opportunities for those 2 existing schools than we currently have.
Okay. And, you know, as we go forward, obviously, I leave this to your discretion in terms of balancing education and co-curricular, but wherever possible, would you be able to see opportunities, you know, where we poll the community,
Yeah, we've done that. Recently, we've done that. We've added the cooking club, as you know, as an example of that we didn't have that.
Right.
So there's been.
But the important thing is that you'll be recommending to the board that we increase the number of cut team opportunities for students, especially impacted by the move in 2000.
Yeah, I would like to see it back to the way it was.
Prior to 2009.
Pre-2009, I think, was the year. Let's call it 2006,
Okay.
just to be safe.
Okay, good.
So I'd like to I would recommend a reinstatement to that level of
Thank
teams in each school.
Thank you, that's helpful.
How did my kid make the team?
Folks, if I could, I still have a few questions to ask, so please bear with me. Okay, so you've addressed my concern about, some of my concerns about that. I've noticed in the middle school, 6th grade South, there were some classes that I think had a slightly higher average classroom size in that period, for that one period of time. Are there ways to look at modifying sections, you know, to bring down classroom sizes, to bring it more in line with others? Is there opportunities in your staffing, if we go forward with this proposal, to look at
Yeah,
that?
Absolutely, Mr. Bryan. Those are considerations that we give each and every year. You know, currently this year at Middle School South, the class sizes are high because we did not award the additional team because we were able to manage it within it. But certainly when we're looking at the transitions that we're going through, I think it would probably be prudent to see where it is beneficial and also responsible to make those decisions. But those are things that when we go through our staffing, we do on a regular basis. And I don't anticipate that process being very different. We remember that we have the LLD population in that school, so that creates a whole additional level of consideration. I don't know if Mrs. Calendar wants to further that conversation, but certainly those children are included, so we have to look at class size opportunities there too.
The number that was on the chart did not include the students in the LLD program who do sit in those classes for certain subjects. So
Right.
those are things that are taken into consideration, and sometimes the addition of those students into the classes will tip the numbers to then.
So you may
perhaps-
very well be adding another section.
It might
Correct.
happen anyway because of those.
Yeah, and as we had said, we wanted to just present the mathematical equations there because we
Right.
didn't want judgments to weigh in, and we didn't want people to be misled one way or the other.
But again, the public's perception was, what about class size? I mean, you know, and so what you're telling me is that it's likely that there'd be some adjustment of sections.
I can assure you that there will be great consideration given when we get all the exact details and facts. Those decisions become more readily available to make.
Okay, folks, I know you've all been waiting very patiently. So have I, as we've gone around the dais, so I have a few more questions. I hope you bear with me. We will get to public comment soon. I want to talk a little bit about the research and transitions. This may be more for Mr. Preston. I've read through the research that you provided us, and I noted and saw where the public was drawing some of their concerns about transitions from some of the language in it. But I also listened to Mr. Welsh, Dr. Lowe, and others who I know are very, very experienced, seasoned educators, talk a little bit about some of the impact they've seen in positive ways from grade banding. Articulate to me concisely a defense of the grade banding in terms of its impact on transitions in our schools particularly. I want to know why you feel, having seen all this research, and as a layman, I don't have the same educational foundation that a lot of my fellow educators on the board do, but I'm looking at it and I'm saying, it seems troubling to me that there is some language there that talks about the impact of transitions, and yet I'm also hearing corresponding on the other side, about the impacts of grade banding. Just articulate to me why you feel that the transition is not a serious issue in terms of our students' achievement, and why grade banding, the benefits outweigh the detriment.
So, I mean, and respectfully, and just to be clear, I think any change is a serious issue, certainly.
Of course.
One of the benefits of this in particular, first of all, it really comes down to, again, the quality of the teachers is the #1 factor in a student's success. That is clear in all research and has been for decades. That again, then after that is the culture and climate of the building. That is a significant change that's going to occur with the sister school pairings. That is also the non-negotiable that we have discussed, where the principal pairings will start to establish what that new culture starts to look like, involving much of the stakeholders in that. It's that culture and climate, because that starts to support, that includes the every conversation that occurs in a building, the every focus that occurs within a building. So that's going to be a critical part to establish. That is a major part of our focus within this work. Transition also a lot within the research talks to students going from one grade to another, or one building to another building with a new mix of students. Right, so I move out of a school A, and another student moves out of school B, and both of those combinations go into school C, much like what our middle school configuration is now. And that's a lot where you see those issues, because you're reacquainting and establishing new relationships with different faces, people that you haven't seen or known before, into a new culture as well. So it's about managing those transitions. We know them, it's managing those transitions. It's also the sister school pairings, allowing students or ensuring that students from kindergarten are moving together as an entire grade into that new building. Then from there, also making sure that the transitions truly are managed, right? So one of the things we talked about is creating a transition for students. We spoke a little bit about it to some of the questions before. As rising fourth graders begin to move up, they're going to be, rising fifth graders, so they're fourth graders at the time, they will be fifth graders, are given the opportunity to meet with the students that are going to be the new third graders next year. So meet face to face and talk about change and talk about transition, but also talk about the wonderful things in the new building. And then those now fifth graders become mentors for the new fifth graders. So those are the things that, it's really the change and the establishment of those new relationships. When we can engage students prior to their presence in the building, we mitigate those negative aspects of change. Do they all disappear? No, I certainly wouldn't sell it that way. But can we mitigate them and improve upon the situation? Absolutely. The sister school pairing certainly does that. The level of dedication and quality of staff that's already here does that. The research, especially in that meta-analysis that we've included, speaks to the K-5 and then middle school model, or an elementary and middle school or junior high school model. We presently have that and presently do a phenomenal job of ensuring those transitions.
Additionally, Mr. O'Brien, while the written research is there, we also have neighboring communities which go through multiple transitions at different grade banding levels in terms of the year of the transition. But having reached out to multiple, and I mean multiple, colleagues across the state that are experiencing kids with more than one transition, meaning our K-5 to 6-8, not one of them had presented that they're faced with increased issues because of that. Certainly middle school age kids have issues. It's a tough time, and those are factual things that we're good at dealing with and we work hard to avoid. But not one of the administrative groups that we spoke to indicated that having 2 to 3 transitions weighed negatively upon their students. They felt very comfortable with it. So not only what we can pull from the mixed data, there's also the practical situations and the practices that are existing right around us that we were able to outreach and speak with, and the feedback was rather positive.
Okay, thank you. One last question on the middle schools. A lot of folks, I mean, we're looking at a significant change. Obviously, everyone knows that, but the Memorial Middle School that we built back in the day when we were expecting us to go to 10,000, now we're repurposing it to an elementary school. And, I've been following the progress that you've been making in terms of developing a proposal, but I was struck by the demographics. But what they do is they talk about Middle School North and Middle School South and the population changes. What happens to Memorial Middle School if we were to leave it as a middle school in the next 3 to 4 years, based on what you're seeing through your look back through our cohorts and everything else? What would be the outcome if we didn't adopt this model for Memorial Middle School in 3 to 4 years?
Meaning maintaining...
Well, based on what you're telling us from your study of student population, not just demographers or projections, but also just the physical evidence of the students that we have, the live births, everything else that we have real solid data on our student population as it moves through from kindergarten all the way up to the middle school. What is the alternative, what we're looking at for Memorial Middle School in the next 3 or 4 years?
Past another year, the numbers become so that, we would be facing, we'd have to be visiting boundary line movements, but eventually that wouldn't even get it done. We wouldn't have enough people in the 2 larger buildings versus the smaller Memorial building. So I think we'd constantly be chasing that. And it would be a massive underutilization of the larger buildings. I think that, we'd be facing, looking at how we utilize that space in 2 years. If this does not pass tonight, we will still be staring a middle school issue right in the eyes. There's no way for us to avoid that. And like I said, you have to have foresight. We'd be sitting here 2 to 3 years from now saying, how come we didn't act? Where was your decision making? So by leaving a 3 middle school model, past the immediate year, it really becomes short-sighted, a little myopic in practice. So I think that the repurposing it to the elementary level allows us to utilize a fine asset. It's a fine building. There's a lot of great things, and it's a newer building. It's climate control. So we want to maximize the use of the building and make sure that we're having some of our good work going on in that building. I only say that because these north and south are so much bigger in terms of assets, in terms of the number of seats that they offer. It's not a Memorial thing. It's more of utilizing the assets for our enrollment, and how does that fit? You saw the chart with the map. There's 4 buildings right there, along the 524 corridor. So that's something that we would have to consider in the future if action isn't taken and we continue to, experience the numbers that we're talking about. So,
thank you. I know I had many other questions, but they were asked already and answered. What I would like to do is, rather than go around the dais in a road order, I would like to ask if any board member has further questions for our superintendent. I'd be happy to entertain them.
Well, I do if nobody else.
Mrs. Saratani, I know you said you do. Do any other board members? All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Mrs. Saratani and then Mr. Bongiovanni afterwards.
Thank you for your questions, because three of your questions were mine. But I do have one other point that I wanted to ask about. Some people are asking if we're being fiscally responsible right now. I look at the numbers, and I see that we could possibly redistrict this entire district right now and close 2 buildings for next year. Has that been considered? And if not, why not?
It is not the recommendation of my administration, and I'll speak for the 4 of us when I say that, and the rest of my leadership team, to consider closing a building. And the reason why is mathematically that works, Mrs. Saratani. I think that's not that disputable. But when we're educating children, there's much more to it than mathematical formulas and counting the number of desks you own versus the number of seats. It's about maximizing your assets to build a community that is ready to succeed for its children. And I think the proposal that we put forth is head and shoulders above any option that would include 1 or 2 closures. It'll take me a long time to say that to this board. And the reasons is I've lived through what happened with Southern. There are collateral costs to the community, both emotionally, financially. When we take a building offline, right now we're fortunate enough to have Southern in a position where we have some wonderful programs happening there, and that's great for our community. But certainly if we start mothballing schools, and that's the terminology that's used, to bring that school back online in the event that we tick up, there are massive costs associated with that. Mr. Sanisak can elaborate, I'm sure, but beyond the dollars and cents, certainly since my time in central office and before that, we have been fiscally responsible as a board and as an administration. I don't anticipate that. This is not, my statement is it's not Christmas morning, guys. We have to figure out how to do more with less, and we do a good job at that. But beyond the dollars, again, that Mr. Sanisak can talk to about onboard, bringing back a building online in the event that it's needed. Southern closed, a number of years ago, and I don't think this community has recovered, quite frankly, emotionally, or I think part of the reason why we're at this meeting at this hour is because of that close. I just think that we must utilize our assets to benefit opportunities for children. And I think we have assets here that when we're thoughtful and careful about their use, and we build an understanding of sustainability, and I can look a mom and a dad in the eyes and say, here it is, on September 15th, you entered as a kindergarten, you gave us your child as a kindergarten student, here they are graduating 8th grade just like we told you. There's strength in that. That means something to our community. And this community has spoken to us time and again about the unsettled environment with the enrollment. I don't know if you care to further the onboarding back of a building with Mr. Sanisak in terms of cost associated with that, but certainly if it's your pleasure, I'm sure he'd be willing to answer that.
I don't think that I need him specifically to answer that. I get the impression that it would be rather costly, because I remember when we talked about repurposing Southern School. So I actually know the answer to that. 17 million.
Thank you. Mr. Bongiovanni? Okay. Then, do we have any further questions by the board? First of all, thank you to the public for your patience as the board members have gone through this deliberative process. Next steps will be that we would like to get out of the way the ordinary business of the board after public comment. But we want to first have an opportunity to open up. And I would just respectfully ask that we take a brief 2-minute recess for the board members, and that we will convene back again in 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'm trying.
The rules of engagement. What we have is we have an opportunity for the public to speak to the board, share their comments. The board is not going to be engaging in a dialogue, but will instead be listening to your comments prior to our taking action tonight. Each individual is accorded 3 minutes to make their comments. Past experience has shown that most folks, if they hear their question, their comments are already being shared. Many of them don't feel the need to come down again, but it is your time to do so. We're going to ask that each person, if they would like to speak, please come forward and identify yourselves, your name, your address, and then what will happen is I have a timer here in front of me. I will be asking each member to look at me for signals on when it is time to wrap up your remarks so that you have time to adequately express yourselves. So when I raise my hand to you, that'll be a signal that you're within the last 30 seconds before your time expires. Please, be respectful to your fellow citizens by taking only the time that you need and respecting the 3-minute limitation so that other members of the community can come forward and share their thoughts with us as well. So with that being said, after the public comment is concluded, the board will act on the business not related to the reconfiguration question to get that out of the way, and then there will be a focus on acting on addenda item number 1. Hopefully everyone's clear on that. Again, if you have issues that you want to express to the board, that's fine. I would recommend that anything that is personal to you or your family, please reach out directly to administration to speak with them one-on-one with regards to that. But certainly anything that you feel adds to the discussion and the consideration by the board is welcome. So thank you. With that, Mr. Sanasek, I'd like to open up public comment.
Thank you. Whereas the Howell Township Board of Education determines that comments from the public may last 45 minutes, and the board also determines that those comments will be conducted in accordance with its bylaw 0164.1, and individuals may be limited to 3 minutes each. The officer, with respect to time and decorum, will be the president, Mr. Timothy O'Brien. With your permission, sir, may the floor be opened.
Yes.
Are there comments from the public at this time?
My name is Jeff Massimini. I live at 55 Peachstone Road. I heard for the last 3.5 hours in the previous meetings I've been at them talking about keeping communities together. I don't understand how you're keeping communities together when I live in Candlewood and Oak Glen, which is basically the same community, that Taunton and Newberry are so close together that the schools evacuate to each other. Yet not only were they not paired together, those kids will never go to school together. They're at different middle schools. They're not in the same pairing. My daughter goes to Girl Scout troops with kids from Taunton. They go to the same swim club. They're part of the same community, and they're not even even at the same school ever from K through 8. I want to know how that's keeping communities together. The assistant superintendent said that the K2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 model was eliminated because it was too many changes, yet thousands of students that are enrolled in school right now will have at least that many changes during their school career because they're transitioning. My daughter's in kindergarten now. She's going to switch for first grade, then switch back for third grade, and then have to switch again to go to middle school. That's the same number of transitions. And I keep hearing about research. I've done some research. The research all says that the most important thing for students is that continuity is king. The longer they stay in the school they started at in kindergarten, the longer term success they have. That is what the majority of the research shows. I'm a science person. You can do research and skew the data and make it say just about anything. But the overwhelming majority of the data shows that you have to stay in the same school as long as possible. So how does changing more times make that better? Especially since I keep hearing that this is budget neutral, so we're not saving money. I keep hearing that there are no proven educational benefits of this banding. Then why are we doing it? The only schools that have classes that are at the cap number right now are schools that have them in 5th grade that are going to be graduating out anyway. So the class size at all of the schools is already below the cap number. The changes are going to leave the same inequity between the schools. There's still, I ran the numbers while they were going through the presentation, there are still schools that have over a 250 student difference from one school to another, which is no different than it is now. So how are we fixing anything here?
Excuse me, folks. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but let's conduct ourselves appropriately. Thank you.
I'm Tracy Lederman, and I live at 116 Rapplier. It's unfortunate that we have to do anything and that our lives need to change, but they do. This plan is very sound and very promising educationally. Other factors aside, this will absolutely improve the ability to nurture and develop the skills of our teachers. And studies and educational research have repeatedly found that the greatest determiner of a child's success or failure in the classroom is the skill and expertise of the teacher. I'm not in favor of waiting, as the problem exists now. A while back, when the district was moving toward a one-to-one model in technology, I had serious doubts that it could carry out such an ambitious plan in a short period of time. And they did. They did carry it out on time and exceptionally with everything they promised. I have complete faith they can carry this out with success. And especially, I have complete faith that they are devoted wholeheartedly to making sure that every one of our kids gets the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Hi, my name's Becky Flynn. I just moved here from to Fourvale Lane. I don't appreciate the dishonesty of this board. They've been lying since November. But I do have questions about if you had adequate research on K through 2 and 3 to 5, what size communities did you compare it to? Did you compare it to a Rumson or Colts Neck where they have one school, or to Old Bridge, or here where there's 5 or 6? As you keep stating the future of our students, you keep saying the kindergartners. What about all the 5th through 8th graders that are currently in this district? Kindergarten through 8th, we all know that kindergartners are more resilient than a 6th or 7th or 8th grader. And as I appreciate you all polling the educators and the people that are paying the taxes, have you thought about speaking to the students, the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th graders? What are their thoughts on it? Because if you ask kids, they're honest.
Good evening. Barry Cohen, 22 Forest Hill Drive. Mr. Isola, you put up a map before that showed the schools, the most densely populated areas where those schools were. it seemed to me, and probably everybody here that viewed that map, that we put the schools where the most number of people were. So that map is accurate as far as where we are currently today. Why you feel that needs to change based on the numbers, like the first resident said, is beyond us. Going back and speaking about the transitions, the number of transitions that children are made, well, you know, I have 2 children of my own. They went from pre-K to kindergarten. One's in 2nd grade. Now we're talking about having her make another transition, and then another transition from middle school, and then another transition from there from middle school to high school. That's 5 transitions from preschool on up. It's too many. The research shows that that's too many. The continuity in the education is what the quality that's driven, of course, by the teachers. We all know that. Mr. Preston, again, you stated that banding has been national with county-based school systems. Not like our system currently in New Jersey, though. The K-5 model, in Mr. Isola's own words, previously states that the model works. It still works. It works now. It works today. It'll work tomorrow. It'll work 5 years from now. We know that. We talk about shovels in the ground. We talk about current populations of schools now. We couldn't predict 9/11, unfortunately. We couldn't predict the downturn in the economy. We can't predict if there's going to be a boom in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years. Are we ready? Are we prepared for that? Are we prepared that if we make this change in the next 3 to 5 years, will we be back here doing this again and saying, you know what? We should have stuck with our K-5 model. You just said a few hours ago, we learned from Southern. Are we going to be back here saying, well, we should have learned from this too? Let's learn from our mistakes and not remake the same mistakes that we've done. And finally, Mr. Sensak, no budget increase, transportation costs? You're telling us that now we're talking about possibly getting into the transportation industry. It's my understanding that we own 60% of our buses approximately, 40% of that's contracted out to private carriers.
You're in the last 15 seconds, sir.
Okay. If we get into that industry, transportation industry, 40% more bus drivers, benefits, salaries, how is that not an increase? Thank you.
Meredith Patterson, Eric Drive. We're at a crossroads tonight. I think everyone acknowledges that. And there have been some ill-advised decisions made by the board in the not-too-distant past for which we are paying the price now. Do you want to be responsible for? Are you prepared to be held accountable for fixing a system that you acknowledge is not broken? Is the upheaval worth it? And can you honestly say that the potential benefits outweigh the risks? If enrollment is on a decline, as has been acknowledged here tonight, why are we making changes that result in the underutilization of so many buildings? They result in our schools being under capacity. So why is it not okay to underutilize a middle school as a middle school, but it's okay to underutilize that middle school building as a repurposed elementary school? And what happens when enrollment gets so low that a school has to be closed, and all of a sudden that sister school has no sibling? It sounds like from what was asked by Ms. Saratani that we then have to close 2 schools. And it seems like that is a path we are heading towards, and we're just kicking the can down the road for that to eventually take place. I'd also like to note that regardless of how this vote goes, you should know that a lot of people in this community have lost faith in the policy-making process by virtue of the way that this proposal has been managed, and as well as the timeline that's being pursued. The attendance tonight, I think, is pretty darn low, and that is because, in my opinion, many people believe that this is and has been a done deal for a very long time, and quite frankly, they feel defeated. And those teacher surveys that have been discussed tonight, that even led teachers to assume that this was a guarantee. I've had teachers in the district tell me that, who were pretty incredulous that they received that at that time. So it really feels to me like across the board there has been a widespread belief that this is signed, sealed, delivered, and I can only hope you'll prove them wrong tonight.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deborah Annunziata. I live on Snowmass Court. I don't think anybody has addressed our property values in regards to this change. I haven't heard anybody on the board or the superintendent discuss our major investment in this community. So does anybody have any idea of what they think their impact would be? This impact, this change on our largest investment that we've all made in our lives, in our homes, in our community, how that will affect our largest investment? So I realize that I have the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate that. And I'll go forward by telling you I'm a certified real estate appraiser for 13 years, and I'm a realtor. And I can assure you that these changes will affect our property values. I purchased my home amongst people in the community that I sell homes to. Their number one question is, what school am I district for? And when they find out that they have to split themselves between 3 different schools, mothers will not want to purchase that home. And our largest investment will plummet. The senior citizens, the working class families, I have worked my entire life with my children in daycare to save and invest in the home that I own right now. And this plan will in fact affect my property without a doubt. And I can tell you that because I'm a professional in that field and I know it will occur. And all I'm asking is for you to also consider that we've invested our life savings in our homes, and we have afforded ourselves the choices of the schools that we've chosen for our children, and you are taking that choice away from us.
Jackie Everett, James Hollow Court. I want to ask everybody that's sitting up here on this board, what do you have against the children from Aldridge and Southard? You merged the 2 schools together. You had us living with overcrowded conditions that our teachers and our administrators made and the parents made work. Now you took 2nd graders, had them take more kids into their classroom, accepted with open arms. Now you're taking those children that are now going into 8th grade, and you're going to take half of them, and you're going to move them to another middle school, away from the new friends and familiarities they've formed over the past 2 years. You're going to take Aldridge, tell us this is a balanced plan, yet in 3 years, Aldridge is going to have 21 sections, according to the numbers on the sheet. And if we have 24 classrooms, according to when I looked that up. So that means if there are any additional students, we're going to need to do something, or we're going to have specials on a card again. Think about that. Where is the sustainability? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maura Varner. I live on Laredo Court. One of the things that's bothering me, I keep hearing budget neutral, but where are the numbers? We have seen nothing. What are the one-time costs? What are the memorial conversion costs? What are the costs of increasing sports teams and clubs if that indeed happens? What are the actual efficiency savings anticipated? How is it a wash? No numbers have been presented. More due diligence is required. Second, Mr. Isola's slide for the middle school populations show healthy population 3 years from now. So the next 3 years, it's okay for our kids to not be in a healthy environment. That's a huge disservice to our middle school staff and our students. If populations are decreasing over time, the elementary schools will operate at an even lower utilization level, allowing Land of Pines and Memorial as elementary schools to operate at such underutilized capacities under this proposal is blatantly wasteful. You're sacrificing students to what you call maximizing your assets. The plan is flawed and the timeline is flawed. So many questions were answered with, we are working that out. All major issues have not been fully addressed for September implementation. I urge you to go back to the drawing board, find an appropriate solution for our district, find the right long-term solution, and a well-thought-out time frame. Thank you.
My name is Todd Ertel. I live at 15 Colonial Court in the Glen Arden neighborhood of Howell, a stone's throw from Aldrich Elementary School. I have a wife, 3 children, and a dog. My wife grew up in Howell, and I've been a resident since 2001. I work as a technology education teacher at Freehold High School. When we could finally afford it, my wife and I decided to purchase a home in the same neighborhood she grew up in. It's a wonderful neighborhood. We have great neighbors. As an educator, I know the impact that schools have on a town. Good schools have good communities. Great schools have great communities. Howell is currently a great community. I want to see it stay that way. Altering the format of the school system will impact the community, and I don't want to see this change. I don't want it, though, because of the impact it will have on my family. My wife and I must both work full-time in order to afford our home. As a result, our days are chaotic at times. The proposed changes will make that chaos a daily event. If the changes go through, I will have one daughter at Aldrich, one at Griebling, she's autistic, and one at Taunton. A year later, it'll be one at Aldrich, one at Memorial, and one at Taunton. A year later, it'll be one at South, one at Memorial, and one at Aldrich. Another year later, it'll be one at South, one at North, and one at Aldrich. Chaos. The various start and end times alone will likely result in daily juggling of who's going to work late, coming home early, taking the kids to the bus, eating breakfast at grandma's, and habitually taking advantage of my neighbors. I have a problem with the fact that my children, who obviously are very close in age, will never, ever be in the same school together. They will never experience what most of us with close siblings got to experience, the camaraderie of family together in one place. Yes, they get to move with their own classmates, but they will never be in class with their own siblings. They will never have that shared environment of a home.
Further comments?
I'm not a great speaker. I spoke to you all. I appreciate all of your time. My name is Susan Ritter. I am at 55 Syracuse Drive, and my kids currently go to Adelphia and Memorial. I sent you all an email today because I was concerned with the facts. And the facts say many different things, and they teach us so much. And what I've learned is that what everybody here has been saying to me and saying to you, that change, when it comes too often, is too great an expense on our children. It's going to cause our children great despair. This research has also said that moving children in a smaller school provides more stability it provides us with more stability. And with more stability, you find parents wanting to volunteer. With that, I am a volunteer. And volunteering for one school is a lot of work. Volunteering for 2 schools is even greater. Volunteering for 4 or 5 schools just to try to make ends meet in those schools is very hard. I don't know where you're going to find the time for all these parents to do that. I mean, our school system is great. I just don't understand why you said, why didn't we just get the letter? And you should have just redistricted. I would have taken that over this. The change is so great. There's too much to lose. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Wendy Bell. I live on Starlight Road. And I wasn't going to speak tonight, but because I'm not a public speaker, but I just had to. What really bothers me about this is the lack of the numbers. It's the fiscal aspect. As people have said, if it's not going to save us money, why do it? And my husband, if he were here, he would say, the reason why we're doing it is because that way you don't lose any teachers, you don't have to worry about having to cut jobs, et cetera, and it's just the easy way out. But even in business, when you're presented with a problem, you don't get one solution. You get alternatives, and you can choose from the best of those alternatives. But we're not getting that, and it's been such a short period of time. I mean, we just started hearing about this in February, and boom, it's going to be done. And yes, I had heard all these things that this has already been decided, so I almost didn't come. And half the people I know were like, why are you bothering? But I wanted to come and hear. And I went through a school district that was banded. I went to K through 3 in one school and 4 through 6 in another school. And I survived. It was fine. But it's not broken here. It works here. Why change it? What we have works. Thank you.
I have my notes on my phone. My name is Audra Manikas. I live at 14 Yosemite Road. I just want to say that the change that you're suggesting is drastic. I don't think we need a change like this. A lot was talked tonight about keeping the community together, the students moving cohesively together. Are you suggesting that community is more important than family? I love my neighbors, I love my community, but I love my family more. I looked at some of the numbers, some of the section sizes, the sections in each school that we have right now, and then I looked at what you're doing to the sections, your proposal for next year, and it looks like in each school, in each grade level, the sections are being reduced at least by 1, and some sections are being reduced by 2, which is actually increasing the class sizes, and I don't see how this is going to improve the quality of education for our children. And one of my other suggestions was, if you were going to close a middle school, why do you need to reband the entire school district? Why couldn't we just do something else? There's got to be a different way besides creating such a huge amount of problems in the entire school district. Thank you.
Stephen Velez, 193 Crooked Stick Court, Powell, New Jersey. I know many of you now a lot more personally than I did a year ago since I started attending the meetings. So I've been involved from the beginning, and I've gotten to hear multi-perspectives and a lot of different sides. So what I've tried to do during this whole process was to remove emotion and to take logic and to say, is what we're doing logical? I heard a lot of good logic expressed in the presentation today, so I don't want to say that I'm against the plan. The concerns that I have, and I hope that the board mirrors those concerns, is it needed for September? I think we've all heard that the overpopulation is easing. It's not getting worse because of the direct impact of the decline of the economy over the last couple of years. There's a direct correlation to birth rate. We know birth rate has gone down. We're actually at nationwide lows. That can be checked for anybody who loves stats. So we know that the pressure of overcrowding is easing. So does this need to happen for 2015, or do we need to take a breath? In taking that breath in one additional year, we'll also get to see how the economy is going to play out for another 12 months. We can start to forecast better based on that. I think the plan is, there is a lot of benefit there, and I understand emotion will cloud people's ability to see that. And I encourage you not to. I encourage you to try your best to remove emotion and weigh both sides of the coin. My only concern is that, are we using a sledgehammer to fix something that we could fix with a hammer? And maybe we need to just take a step back, let a few more months play out, allow us to really digest the information and work through all those things that we're still looking at, and make sure that this is still the right option. So I want to thank the administration definitely, and I want to thank the board. I just want to make sure the need for a 2015 change is valid, and maybe a 2016 approach may be a little more prudent. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, Jessica Liotti, 26 Gettysburg Drive. I 100% am opposed to this reconfiguration. I completely understand you're looking at it from a business aspect. I am looking at it as what is best for my kids. No one has talked about what is best for our kids. We've talked about busing. We've talked about professional development, which we can get these things in a K-5 model. K-5 is working, and it's working well. You can have professional development in a K-5 environment by just splitting K-2, 3 through 5. You're not losing any of that. But in terms of our kids, the narrowing of the focus could still be done in a K-5 environment. I agree that this is a drastic change to be voted on right now. I have a first grader who would be missing out on those older kids. He wants to play an instrument. He wants to be in the play. Why? Because he's seen these older kids. These older kids motivate him to want to do things that he otherwise wouldn't be exposed to. And I think we talk about the positives of the K-2 and the 3 through 5, but I think that what we're losing, the unintended consequence of my first grader now not being in school with, or my third grader rather, who wouldn't be in school with my younger child, I think that they're losing out on a lot more, and it's hard to grasp because we're so focused about the numbers and filling seats, and I know that that's your concern. But in terms of our kids, this is not what's best for them. There are districts that are going back to a K-5 model, and I think that it's too drastic. I don't think that the benefits of the K-2, 3 through 5 outweigh what we're going to be losing with the K-5 model. So I'm urging you, if it was your child, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Joe Cantafa. I live at 50 Lexington Road in Candlewood. I'm a teacher. I know many of you, and I truly didn't plan on speaking this evening. I just would like to take a very brief moment and simply put something forward to think about. As a teacher, as a parent, and while I respect the comments that were made by some of my residents, who spoke before me with regard to taking a motion out, which I understand is a smart thing to do when you have to make a business decision that is as complicated as this, I urge you to please do consider the emotional value, and I'm going to explain why very briefly. What we're not looking at is the difference in the culture of the mind of a child in this generation versus the generations of that we went through. I'm not speaking well. The mindset of when we were students and when our parents were students. Students have access to the internet. They have social media. Students, most of the time nowadays, whether we like it, want to face it or not, don't come to school necessarily to learn academic facts. They can stay home and learn academic facts. That's why there are rises in homeschooling, rises in Khan Academy, and other online resources where students can learn facts, pass tests, and move on to college. The reason to come to school is for the emotional education and for the relationships that are mentoring from teachers over a long period of time. And while I acknowledge that the special needs program would benefit from a move like this, and that's a special place in my heart, because I teach at Howell High School, and that's where the Freehold Regional Districts program is, and I see those kids every day, and I stop and talk with them every day. My concern is for those kids that are not special needs and that are also not superstars. The ones who might get lost, the ones whose parents couldn't be here because of their jobs, the ones whose parents couldn't be here because they don't have the skill set or the awareness to understand how difficult these changes can be. The children of the parents here will probably be fine, but the other 5,000 students whose parents couldn't be here to manage and be involved in their children's lives might not have the skill set or the awareness to guide them through these changes at home. And so for the next couple of years, while they're trying to manage these changes and they're not on a team and they're not in a special needs program, they're going to turn to the internet for social interaction. And as a teacher and as a parent, that scares me to death. Please consider the emotional value. I urge you to say no and pause and reconsider and perhaps revisit, but this is too fast. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate yours as well.
Thank you. Mr. Sanisak, seeing no further...
Seeing no further comment, may public comment be closed?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
For the purpose of this meeting, on an organizational point of view, we're going to take the non-reconfiguration business first. So I would like to know if we could get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the addenda A1.
Second.
Okay.
Say it again.
Any discussion? Seeing none, can I take it around, Mr. Senator?
Yes, who was the mover, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Mrs. Saratani?
Yes.
Second was by?
Second, who was the second? Mrs.
I believe
Brennan.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Bongiovanni?
Yes.
Mrs. DePompo?
Yes.
Dr. Lowe?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Moretti?
Yes.
Mr. Welsh?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
The consent agenda and the addenda minus A1 are approved. 9 votes in favor, none opposed.
Mr. Sanisak, I believe we have some items on the addenda that are pertinent to going through executive.
We do have addenda, we do have items that might come out for,
All right,
that are not
so-
on there currently.
So then, any other items that we need to take action on prior to agenda item number 1?
That would be next.
Actually, there are 2 in the addendum that require a poll taken of the board.
Those 2 that can be separated that are not related to executive, could we act on those first? Or is there...
I'm sorry.
Mr.
A
Bongiovanni
poll
is
would be
referring-
taken on those items, but we have items that will be coming out of exec this evening
fair
that are
enough.
not printed on the current addenda yet.
I got you. Understood. All right. Is there anything else that we need to act on prior to addenda item number 1 then?
No, sir.
Okay. Then, since we are at that point in the meeting, it would require a motion to act upon addenda item number 1 from the board.
I make a motion that we adopt item A1 on the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion to adopt addenda item number 1 by Dr. Lowe, seconded by Mrs. Saratani. At this point, the typical way the board does its business is there's a motion on the table, and I will go around and ask if there's any discussion by the board members prior to taking a vote. Seeing none? All right, then.
On A1, Dr. Lowe?
Yes.
Mrs. Saratani?
Yes.
Mr. Bongiovanni?
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mrs. DePompo?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
I'm sorry? Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sorry. Mr. Moretti?
Yes.
Mr. Welsh?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
A1 is approved, 9 votes in favor, none opposed. We need to,
There will be a second public comment after we come out of executive.
Move to executive. Motion to move to executive.
I have a motion to move to executive. Do I have
I
a second?
second it.
All right, we are in executive.
please note the executive motion printed in the agenda for this evening, the items for the executive session, a parent presenting DO on behalf of RO, 2 personnel issues, the HIB report, and a leave of absence request. The board is in executive session. Executive session, thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien, may I read A6 and A7?
Yes, please.
A6 will be added. It will be affirming 5-day suspension without pay for Ronald Chason, full-time groundsman. A7 will be approved leave of absence, excuse me, for Lisa Varley, grade 2 teacher at Aldridge School, medical leave with pay with benefits. March 23rd through May 8th. Extend medical leave with pay less substitute pay with benefits from May 11 through June 30. That'll be A7. We have a mover and a seconder.
Move it.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien, may I?
Yes.
What was the number? 4006. Just for a note, 4006 was never, it was blanks.
I was just going to
Did you pull that, or I don't believe we did in in the work that was going prior to the doing the board's business. So I think we approved 4006, but it's blank. So we need to rescind that or something, Mr. Sanizek. I need your help with that.
Needs to read
Okay.
it.
A 4006 can be a motion to reconsider, and we'll withdraw it, and the addenda will be the two items. Is that satisfactory, Mr. O'Brien?
I'd make a motion to rescind 4006.
Thank
Second.
you.
Okay, so noted.
Do we have a mover and second on the addenda?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Saratani, second by
Mr. Brennan?
Mrs. Brennan. Can we take all three?
Yes, let's take them all
Yep.
at the same time.
Mrs. Saratani,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Bongiovanni,
Yes.
Mrs. DePompo,
Yes.
Dr. Lowe,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Moretti,
Yes.
Mr. Welch, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes.
The last two addenda items and the rescission of 4000-6 are approved, 9 votes in favor, none opposed. It is now time for the second public comment. May I, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Whereas the Howell Township Board of Education determines that comments from the public may last 45 minutes, and those comments will be conducted in accordance with its bylaw 0164.1, and individuals may be limited to 3 minutes each. The officer with respect to time and decorum will be the president, Mr. Timothy O'Brien. May the floor be open.
Yes.
Are there comments at this time? Seeing none, sir? Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hi, folks. My name is Cheryl Konpak. I live at 15 James Hollow Court. I will have a child going to Taunton next year and a child going to Aldrich next year. When the idea of grade banding was first floated, I was both excited and impressed that Howell would choose to investigate this non-traditional approach. I understood from the beginning that this would mean change, but also help to improve the equity across our town. This, in my opinion, is the ultimate reason why I am behind this change. I've worked as an elementary school teacher and currently continue to educate children as a substitute teacher in almost every school in this district. I've spoken about this before, empty classrooms in some buildings and overcrowded situations in others. I have not always assumed that this particular plan would go through. After following the BOE month to month for a solid 2 years now, I have seen topics brought up and discussed, abandoned, and pursued. After speaking with the administration several times and attending informational meetings and truly listening, I can back this plan with full confidence. Every question that I have asked has been answered. Every angle that I was hoping they had already been thinking about, they were thinking about. School culture has been at the forefront of these questions. How will our children continue to thrive in a new environment? I do believe that your future focus groups will find fantastic answers and address this major concern. I disagree with the comments made regarding this being a universal drastic change. I think it may be a drastic change for some, but for others it opens many doors and opportunities. Because of the change in start time, I will not need to pay for additional aftercare. Because my older son will be in a school with a one-to-one technology environment where every student, grades 3 through 5, has a laptop in the entire school, I know he will soar, and that every teacher will continue to grow as they implement effective ways to engage young minds. My older child is excited. He'll have more friends at his school that he has known for years because we do commingle with the Taunton kids outside of school quite a bit. My younger child has been apprehensive. He's in kindergarten. But I've addressed this by simply talking calmly with him. His concerns have varied from what it has been like to go on a bus without his older brother to, will I know any teachers at this new school? I firmly believe that it's the parent's responsibility to begin with the end in mind. If you want your child to be happy next year, create opportunities for this to occur. Hang out at the new school's playground, or ask which schools the kid on your son's baseball team will be attending next year. Talk about how teachers will be changing buildings and there will be familiar faces as well as building structure. I know that most of you are probably wondering why I didn't say this during the first public comment. But please rest assured, I have said it and will continue to say it to the many, many Howell parents that I interact with each day. Good job.
Thank you.
Good morning. Scott Rubinson, 19 Courtney Court. I have a son in 6th grade Memorial right now and a daughter in 2nd grade Gribbling. Both will be changing schools next year. I've been reading a lot of the data. I've been several meetings, seen several of you. Just want to thank everybody for their time and just let you know as a parent, I'm an advocate for Howell, and I came here relatively open-minded. I was okay if it passed, and it was okay if it didn't, and I made the decision early on to say, whatever the vote was today, I'm going to take it back, and I'm going to be positive about it for the kids and for people that I interact with. So I just want to let you know the vote passed. I'll be an advocate, and people I interact with, I will continue to let them see some of the positives, because there were many positives. There were some challenges, and I think we all agree to that, but you have an advocate in me, and I'll be a force for goodness to make sure we get public support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellie Bennett, excuse me, 21 Addison Road. I just wanted to thank the board for their leadership and for their fabulous questions. I would like to thank the administration. I can't imagine that you have slept, and I didn't speak earlier because I wasn't sure what I wanted to have happen. I wasn't entirely confident what the best thing would be. But this is passed, this is going forward, and I agree, I support this 100%. I'm ready to be behind it because every question I asked has been answered. And maybe it wasn't the answer that I was happy with, but it was answered and it was answered well. I have a child with an IEP. I have full faith that they'll be okay. I'm ready to get behind this. I'm excited for the board to work with the administration to let the parents know what is going to happen to support the transition for children so that parents can turn around and tell their children what to expect. So we can talk about what's going to happen to help this change be a positive change for them and to have that community feedback again, be spread by the many people who are behind this, and there's a lot of them. So congratulations, I'm very excited, there's a lot of potential, and gonna keep watching, making sure it's realized, but I have a lot of faith, and I think you guys have given your community good cause to have that faith.
Thank you. As we wrap up public comment, first of all, thank you to all those who stayed for the second public comment. We appreciate your feedback, and we know it's a very late hour. But I also want to, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, thank
There are
every...
two, if the board would just let Ms. George know on the two addenda.
Oh, we have
items
some
that need
action
a
to
vote.
take? Well, then I'll hold off for a second.
Well, you can just let Ms. George know on your way out.
Yeah, well, each board member, please respond to Ms. George on the poll.
Monmouth County School Board and Garden State.
Okay, fair enough. As I was saying, thank you to the citizen members who served on all those committees over the years. And for many of the folks who came in tonight, I know that while there were a lot of folks who spoke vehemently against the plan, there were also some individuals in the first public comment who spoke for it. And what I would like to emphasize is that I take a great deal of pride in the integrity of the process. We went through a very, very rigorous process of engagement with our community. We also listened, and we made sure that we did our due diligence before we made a decision. But now we are at a point in time where we have to come together as a community and show our incredible capacity to be excellent, to seek excellence, because we have a great leader in our superintendent and his staff and a strong board that supports them, and a staff of teachers that is unparalleled throughout the state. So I have absolutely every confidence that we're going to make this a success, and I know that's shared by every member of this board. And I want to thank them all for their service, and I want to look forward to every member of the community that wants to participate to make this effort a success. I'd like to see them come out, communicate with our administration, their availability to be part of that process. So going forward, we now take the next steps towards making the superintendent's proposal a reality and a model for success throughout our state. So thank you, everyone.
Tim?
Yes. Mr. Miller.
I want to thank all the parents that are still here and those that are not here. From the day one when you started coming out to the first facilities committee and stayed with us throughout the whole process, even through into this rebanding, I want to thank you for your time that you spent with us. All that was acknowledged. We loved every input that you have given us throughout the whole process. It was with your input that we were able to make this decision, which I'll be honest was an extremely hard decision. It really affected me hard because of Aldridge being affected and it being the old Southern area. But at the end of the day, it is the 6,300 students in the district that we have to make sure we provide equitable education for and make sure that our staff is well taken care of at all times. Thank you again for everything.
I have one other real quick comment, too. I know we've thanked administration over and over and over, but I also want to commend you on the way you've handled this whole process, Mr. O'Brien. I think you've done a great job with the leadership of this board since taking over, and especially through this whole ordeal.
Thank you, sir. With that, I think I'm willing to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move it.
Thank you,
Board is
everybody.
adjourned. Thank you very much.